The following is brought to you in part by a grant from the Foundation for White Wellbeing.
To win for yourself? Are you going to be a better you? Are you going to serve white well-being? This can be done everywhere. If I did this here, then it can be done everywhere. And that's what we're doing. Every school, intermediate, elementary, high school, every community center, every lodge, every government, it can be done everywhere. I was always doubting. So the point that I try to drive home is, in fiction, there's a turning point for the hero. It's like, now they've turned the corner and it's a completely different game, a completely different story. In the real world, it doesn't work that way. You have to keep choosing to be brave. There's going to be something else horrible that comes. You got to choose to be brave again. Bravery is a choice. And I had to keep choosing, because every time I wanted to give in for things like getting attention from girls, praise for my athleticism, etc., to get out from underneath of the endless anti-white persecution and pressure from my peers, the threat of violence, from the adults, the threat of punishment, suspension, and expulsion. Every time there was a chunk of me that was like, just quit this shit. Get away from that, get to those good things. There was just something fundamental in me that was said, no, you're not giving up your identity. You're not going to become an enemy of your people. And so I stuck with it. That victory was the outcome. It's a very inspirational story. We can do it all in our lives. It is indeed the story of our lives. This is, when you read this, you'll realize everyone has gone through this. Everyone. At work, at school, you'll remember experiences you've forgotten. And you'll know, as you get through this, as you get inspired, that you too can do it. And we here want to see you do it. We need an army of Knights of the White Table. And that's why we continue to have to push hard in service to white well-being. You got to make it happen. This week, you're going to be a king. This week, you're going to be a queen. This week, you're going to live every moment of your life as though you are in a movie, the movie for the recapture of our destiny. You are a member of Church White Wellbeing. You are going to act in all ways and at all times as if a video camera is following you around, and reveal to that camera that you are the champion that you yearn to be in your hearts, that you are capable of being in your hearts. The heroes of all of our epochs past continue to march inside of us. They continue to think inside of us. They continue to sing inside of us. Tap into Prometheus, tap into our biospirit, and you'll be able to manifest them all. I love you all. Let's go free.
retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Yeah, we ran out of patience. Boil up with the cold hard hatred. I can feel the vibration. Feet in the streets, it's a new sensation. I wanna break faces on the pavement. I wanna make greatness look complacent. Adrenaline awakened, I can taste it. We can make an impact, grab and then take it. Like a disease, bring to their knees. Take for their disease. Just like a weed, spread into the streets. It's time to make them bleed. 'Cause we just want retribution. Let's go light up the darkness. Make true of an empty promise. Flip cards into weak and harmless. Take to the streets and turn them to a mosh pit. 'Cause we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. In a world that's trying to tear us apart, they throw their stones, but I've got a brave heart. I'm proud of my roots, I won't be ashamed. With fire in my soul, I'll never be tamed. They want us silent, but I'll raise my voice. With every ounce of strength, I'll make my choice. No more shadow, I'll step into the light. With pride in my blood, I'll stand and fight. No white guilt, I'll carry the flame. In this fight for our honor, I'll stake my claim. With every heartbeat, I'll stand my ground. In a world of chaos, my voice will resound. They try to erase us, rewrite the past, but the strength of our heritage is built to last. I'll shout it from the rooftops, let the truth be known. With every step I take, I'm never alone. They can't take my spirit, they can't take my pride. With my brothers beside me, I'll never hide. Together we'll rise, we'll break through the night. With courage in our hearts, we'll win this fight. No white guilt, I'll carry the flame. In this fight for our honor, I'll stake my claim. With every heartbeat, I'll stand my ground. In a world of chaos, my voice will resound. So here I stand, unyielding and proud. In the face of their hate, I'll shout it loud. No more guilt, no more chains to bind. With pride in my heritage, I'll never unwind. We'll carry the torch, we'll light up the night. In this battle for truth, we'll stand and fight. With strength in our hearts and pride in our soul, we'll rise together, we'll take control. No white guilt, I'll carry the flame. In this fight for our honor, I'll stake my claim. With every heartbeat, I'll stand my ground. In a world of chaos, my voice will resound. No white guilt, I'm proud of my name. In this world of darkness, I'll never feel shame.
When there's nothing left but the fire in my chest and the air that fills my lungs, I'll hold my tears and trade my ears for a glimpse at kingdom come. On the other side of misery, there's a world we long to see. The strife we share will take us there to relief and sovereignty. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. In our own towns, we're foreigners now. Our names are spat and cursed. The headline smack of another attack, not the last and not the worst. Oh, my fathers, they look down on me. I wonder what they feel to see their noble sons driven down beneath a coward's heel. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. The road is dark, the way is lost. My eyes, they strain to see. I struggle forth to find a friend to light the way for me. Oh, brothers, can you hear my voice, or am I all alone? If there's no fire to guide my way, then I will start my own. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home.
We are here again on a Sunday, Church of the West. I'm loving that it's Sunday, Church of the West, and it's great to be with every single one of you. Featured stories today: gay sex Nazis targeting boys. Oh, my Lord. Guess we'll get into that and find out what's happening there. Lauren Southern's Everyone is Owned. A little bit of the rest of that video, and we'll see what she ends up saying. The Pope blasts Western civilization for immigration reform. Boy. And the Go Free lesson of the day: shame extorting and support shaming, they go hand in hand. This past week, in our fight for the redemption of our people. Your comments and questions, and then there's this. When men get drunk, they talk shit, they get emotional, they drive badly, and they like to fight for absolutely no reason. Hats off to you ladies. Y'all manage that while you're sober. We are going free, ladies and gentlemen. It is Church of the West. It is 5 p.m. in the once great state of Virginia, across from Mordor on the Potomac, 7 in Sydney, 10 in London, midnight in Moscow, or roughly. The times are changing, so that's roughly about right. It is glorious to be here with every single one of you in service to White Wellbeing. I see that all of the wonderfuls have come over. Wonderful to see the wonderfuls in the live chat. Splendid, splendid indeed. So many things to get into today. Very eye-opening, and we're going to be talking about it all in just a moment. First thing we like to do here is, if you would like to support the only foundation, the premier foundation, I guess it's better to say, in service to white well-being, it is the foundation for white well-being, the foundation for whitewellbeing.org. You can head on over there, and it's a 501c3. Think of it as the white man's ADL, the white man's Hispanic organizations for the Hispanics, the white man's Arab organization for the Arabs, the Asian organization for Asian organizations for the Asians. It is what we do here in service to white well-being, and we have a phenomenal success rate. If you do head over there to donate, please indicate that you would like some or most or all of that money to come to yours truly, so I can continue pumping out the great content in service to white well-being. It's a wonderful thing. While we are together today, I want you tagging me with the @ symbol, with the words "no white guilt." It's very easy. And when you do, it will light up for me across these many platforms, and I will see that you are reaching out, and I'll be able to read and interact. And if you are respectful, then I will be respectful to you. But if you are a little turd, well, then I will treat you as I treat turds, and you will hear the sound of the flushing toilet, my friends. Otherwise, you can financially gift on a number of those platforms. The Dude Bro Moment platform, Entropy, up and running. You can tag me there as well. You can financially gift me on the app that permits cash, up and running, on Subscribestar, up and running, and we even have a couple of financial gifts from Subscribestar that we didn't get to on a previous gathering, so we're going to get to it today. We have, of course, Premium Rumble, and I'm looking around, not because I'm schizophrenic and I'm talking with other people in the room, although I do talk to myself a lot and I respond. So I don't know if that's a good thing, especially when I'm at the gun range or the gym or several places where I can talk to myself and respond. Quite common, quite common. I can also yell at inanimate objects. That happens as well. I can have conversations with the inanimate objects. You always get a wide berth. You always get a wide berth from strangers when they're like, oh my God, especially at places like the gun range and the gym where you have the dumbbells that you could throw and cave someone's head in. They always give you lots of room. So maybe it's something you want to try to do. Maybe I'll tell you about some of the times I've been in traffic on 66, 495, 395 here in the nation's capital, in the once great state of Virginia, actually, across from Mordor on the Potomac, and the kind of things that I've done there a time or two. It's kind of like I don't give a, it's kind of like I don't care what other people think. But you can head on over to Premium Rumble and you can financially gift there. You can also tag me there. On D Live, you can tag me there and you can financially gift there in their funny little cryptocurrency. On Odyssey, up and running, you can tag me there. And finally, on X, you can tag me right there. And I'll be keeping an eye on all of those tags. Please, while we are together, do a swashing bit of good, ladies and gentlemen, a swashing bit of good by tweeting, retweeting, quote tweeting, posting on Facebook, posting on Gab, posting on Minds, posting all over the place. Let people know that this is Church of the West. Otherwise, we're not going to reach them. Why is that? Because this is actually organic. This is actually a real movement for the well-being of white people that doesn't have feds in the background making connections, that doesn't have a network of criminals, that doesn't have, and we went into it just this past Friday, yours truly proven right in spades, like the ghetto. That's how many spades of proof there are for yours truly. Lauren Southern, of course, coming forward. We're not a fan, but 2 hours of your time on Friday, and you could go back and watch the replay, and you'll see the whole first half. Privately recorded conversations with a Canadian agent by the name of Jason, and it is not yours truly. And so much more. Just a little bit more of that video we're going to look into and speak to shortly here because of the relevance for what we do For real, the real work for white well-being. The only place, I mean, where else are you going to find it after you hear my comments come to truth and fruition in the revelations that she's allowed to share because of the clerical error by Tenant Media and their handlers. So wonderful to be here. But I'll be looking for those tags across these platforms and your financial gifts while we are here today. And we'll see what you all have to say. Let's see who are some champions right up front here. I see Robert is with us, and he was rocking it out, apparently. We'll talk a little bit about that. Yesterday, actually. Ivan Zagabur is here. He reposted the stream. That's how a hero operates. So is his female wife, Princess Noodles. She's in on the game, reposting the stream. God bless you so very much. White Wellbeing is here, and it will enter every heart of Western kind. Every person will know white well-being is paramount. Yes, indeed. Well said, Robert. Those are the heroes that have shown up so far over there on the live chat. That is X, ladies and gentlemen, formerly known as Twitter, perhaps forever Twitter, since it seems to remain the same. And we will be touching upon the Catholics, the Pope Church, the Pope of the Catholic Church, and what they had to say. And we'll be looking at what you all have to say. Please, while I am facing this way and I'm looking at the live chat of YouTube, switch it on over to live chat. Switch it on over to live chat. I say, switch it on over to live chat so that you can dodge some of the censorship that takes place, at least under the top chat or whatever it's being called on your device, whatever country that you are in. So switch it on over to live chat. And when you are on YouTube, you can rappel down into the description and you will find many things. You will find nowhiteguilt.org. You can head on over there and you will find the foundation for whitewellbeing.org. You'll find so many different links, the books, the work we do of various types, video games that we have inspired by true champions stepping up and finding the value in themselves for Western kind, stepping up and doing the great work. You'll find nowhiteguiltcollectibles.com over there as well. You'll find a plethora of links to empower you. While you are on YouTube, though, and you have repelled, before you repel any further and you go spelunking in a cave where you get stuck, and even the Grim Reaper doesn't follow you in because he can't fit. He can't fit in the spelunking cave when you get stuck in there. He asks you, what are you looking for? A Slim Reaper? There's no such thing. There is only the Grim Reaper, and I can't get you inside there, so you're just going to have to stay there for eternity. But you'll find links there for folks who make clips, for all of you who are a little bit premature in the things. You get started and you're premature. You get started and you're done. You get started and you're done. For those who can't handle putting things together like, well, it's a 4.5 hour gathering of Church of the West. Well, how am I supposed to do that? Like, I can't figure out. And then people have to recommend you could listen 30 minutes here, 20 minutes there, an hour here, when you're driving in traffic, when you're grocery shopping, when you're working out, when you're taking that walk to be in shape and get rid of some of those love handles. How many love handles? Sometimes I look out in America today, I got to tell you, love handles galore, people collecting them like they collect the weird ones, My Little Pony. But you can find those clips. You can also find a lot of the music masters who have produced the 99.9% of the music that we play here, all inspired in-house by true champions stepping up. Glorious work, ladies and gentlemen, glorious work indeed. The Catholic Church, it says here, the Pope Leo the 14th recently said, of course, that it was inhumane to deny the world, the third world, to come into Western civilization. So that's what you get. That's the edict from the top. Well, you know, your hierarch, your Pope of the West here says the exact opposite. Your Pope of the West here says, shut the door, shoot them at the border if you have to. Send the message, shoot them, of course, with Hershey kisses of love. And send the message to the rest of the world, you're not getting in. This is our house, and we're not putting up with this shit anymore. But the leader of the Catholic Church says that you should be forced to take them all in. You should be forced to take them all in. And not only that, I understand it, maybe some of the great Catholics in this community can educate me on this. Is it true that the Catholic Church says that you have to unite families? Call that. No, not at all. Not happening. Not bringing them in and then uniting all their, what is that? Their extended family is the totality of the third world, which, by the way, does anybody remember the gumdrops? What is it? Immigration by the Gumdrops, the white guy that did the math many years ago. And he did the math and he's like, guess what? You can pour them in at 10 times the rate and you won't keep pace with the rate at which they're producing more. So absolutely, we can destroy the Western civilization per Catholic doctrine. So I think we're going to have to rewrite that little bit to comport with the biospirit of the West. That's how we do it here. That's how any animal does it on planet Earth. But it goes further. We got trad white male. Maybe now and then I see trad white male out there on X and he's like, I'm confused, bros. He says, I gave him a like for the thought the trad Catholics were going to save us from the open border Jews that were going to end the white race. Well, according to Christopher Hale here, he says, following the Pope's lead after making those absolutely degenerate, he should himself to hell for the comment, after making that it's inhumane to not allow the totality of the third world in and to get rid of any of them that have illegally gotten in here. And how about a bunch of them that legally got in through unscrupulous loopholes and et cetera and everything else? And we should have a review of it all, shouldn't we? We should have a review of it all because we're tired and we're done with white erasure. So we're going to have a review of it all. In fact, we might go back. Who knows how far we'll go back to determine whether or not you're legitimate. Are you a contributor? Are you et cetera? Have you been trying to change our environment? If so, get the f out. Well, apparently Catholics around, these priests have come forward. I guess they're taking a little time off from boy camp and they are deciding to come over and they're making videos and they're endorsing the Pope's trad cath position here. Why don't we have a look at what they have to say? Oh, we are saddened by the vilification. You get the fuck out too, traitor. Their audio is not coming through though. So we will take a step back and we will try to fix their audio so that you can hear them as well as I can and be as infuriated as I am on the trad Catholics. Take two.
As pastors, we, the bishops of the United States, are bound to our people by ties of communion and compassion in our Lord Jesus Christ. And we are disturbed when we see among our people a climate of fear and anxiety around questions of profiling and immigration enforcement.
No, I really want you to hear this. This is not, don't allow people to say to you, especially the multiracial anti-Jew movement, so much of which is composed of trad Catholics. And of course, we heard this Dave character just last week. We reviewed the attacks on Rebecca and how what needs to happen is this Catholic anti-Jew movement gets rid of the Jews. And then at some point, as a consequence of that down the road, white people will be better off. Well, here's the actual authority of the church talking right now.
We are saddened by the state of contemporary debate and the vilification of immigrants. We are concerned about the conditions in detention centers and the lack of access to pastoral care.
Fuck you. You're concerned. So promulgating the notion that these criminals are being mistreated. No, they're mistreated in the countries whence they came by the systems and the jail system that they established. That's where mistreatment takes place. These people have meals, they have temperature control, they have access to the latrine, and which is probably where most of them just should be. I mean, why? Just put a toilet in a room and that's it, as far as I'm concerned. Get out. You broke the law getting into this country. You don't deserve to be here. We're sick of the loopholes. We don't have sympathy or empathy for you anymore. You have abused our sympathy and empathy for far too long, and the white race is now angry as hell. And we don't want to hear from dickless Catholics like this and the tradcads telling us that, oh, this is your America if you're born here. It's your birthright. It ain't your birthright. America is the white race. There's no America without the white race. It is us. End of conversation.
We lament that some immigrants.
This is what you're going to find in every single church. Why? Not because Christianity is the problem, but because anti-whiteism has defended Christianity, defeated it. Because every single one of these pastors is a human being reared in the anti-white narrative with the anti-white, moral, immoral, imperative social morality of the West. They are preaching anti-whiteism from the pulpit. You thought it was bad enough, and this is why I consider myself an orphaned Christian, because you go into the church, irrespective of denomination, it's Catholic, it's Mormon, it's whatever it is, and you get anti-whiteism everywhere out in the world, and you think this is bad. You go into the church, and they say anti-whiteism is the word of God.
Immigrants in the United States have arbitrarily lost their legal status. We are troubled by threats against.
Great point. Who just said? I just saw it on here somewhere. The great brand danger, Dean Danger of the West. No slouch. This is where you want your children to head on over to the schoolofthewest.world to get educated, because leaders of the West are supposed to be strong, powerful people. Take a look at every single one of these disgusting, simpering losers.
Against the sanctity of houses of worship and the special nature of hospitals and schools.
We are grieved when we meet parents who fear being detained when taking their children to school, or when we try to console family members who have already been separated from their loved ones.
Oh, me love you long time. Me love you long time. I don't care. They're being targeted because they're criminals and they're here illegally. Get out. We're grieving for them. I have no respect for you. All the leaders of Christianity, no respect whatsoever. You're garbage. You're anti-white garbage. You are betraying Western civilization. And when you are white, anti-white, betrayer of Western civilization, you are the worst of the worst. Those, my friend, we call traitors.
Despite obstacles and prejudices, generations of immigrants have made enormous contributions to the well-being of our nation. We as Catholic bishops love our country and pray for its peace and prosperity.
For this very reason, we feel compelled now in this environment
in this environment, when you are pushing your shopping carts,
raise our voices in defense of God-given human dignity.
Oh, that's what it is. This appeal to norms of Western kind of, and therefore Western civilization, that you give people dignity, and defined as what we refer to as dignity. Not the same world over. It's not the same with every people of man. There are similarities, but there are a lot of differences as well. You notice they talk about these things, and it just flies right under the radar. Nobody observing the reality that what they refer to as dignity, what they refer to as equitable treatment, and etc., are all our descriptions and definitions of those things as we project them into the world. They're not universal.
Catholic teaching exhorts nations to recognize the fundamental dignity of all persons, including.
What about the white race? What about the fundamental dignity of the white race? What about our dignity? They're not concerned about that. Meanwhile, the Catholic Church, worth literally trillions of dollars, infinite dollars. You can't really put a value on all of the land they control and etc. You trillions and trillions of dollars. They have what, 30 people living, 30 immigrants in Vatican City, and then they say, oh, well, Vatican City, it's the smallest of the city. It's the smallest. You have got trillions of dollars. You have swaths of land bigger than countries that the Catholic Church controls. Take some of the trillions, take all of the brown, black, and yellow world and move them there, and you pay to feed them. You pay to police them. You get in amongst them and suffer the gang rapes. You get in them. I mean, maybe some of these guys would enjoy the gang rapes. Am I right? Or you get in there and you suffer the criminality. You get in there and you suffer their norms. No, they just want to come to you and white guilt you, because that's what the Catholic Church is doing from the top down. Many powerful, wonderful, Herculean, amazing white people who are Catholics. They need to reject the totality of Catholic leadership, reject any Catholic doctrine or interpretation of Catholic doctrine that works to the detriment of Western kind, because that doesn't comport with our biosphere, that doesn't comport with our well-being. It's all being rewritten, my friends. It's the pages now, everything that they share, whether it's the Baptists or Presbyterians or Catholics or whoever it is, everything that, or the Greek Orthodox or Russia, everything that they write that works to our detriment is written in our blood. And it's written not only in our blood, but the blood of our most innocent. Never forget this when they come out to you and they preach to you in this simpering, soft, gelded loser tone like they're doing in this video.
Immigrants. We bishops advocate for a meaningful reform of our nation's immigration laws and procedures.
Human dignity and
human dignity, except for the dignity of white people.
National security are not in conflict. Both are possible if people of goodwill work together.
Work together. As long as the people of goodwill, they come and they get, and together they work together to hurt the white peoples.
We recognize that nations have a responsibility to regulate.
This guy is a literal Muppet. He walked off of the stage, Jim Henson, and he came here. He became a priest because the show went off the air. He couldn't find work anymore. He was used to having a man's hand and arm up his ass to animate his mouth. And so he thought, natural segue.
Regulate their borders and establish a just and orderly immigration system for the sake of the common good.
Without such processes, immigrants face the risk of trafficking and other forms of exploitation.
Oh, yeah, if you're not white guilted, lower your guard and let them flood your nations and white erase you. They might be exploited.
Safe and legal pathways serve as an antidote to such risks.
The church's teaching rests on the foundational concern for the human person.
Except for the white human person.
As created in the image and likeness of God.
Oh, so they're all created in the image and likeness of God. I'm afraid that doesn't cut it anymore, buddy. That doesn't cut it anymore. Take a look at your pews. Take a look at your pews. And I'm not talking about your fellow bishops. And take a look at your pews. And they've emptied out and they're filling in with non-white people.
As pastors, we look to the sacred scripture and the example of the Lord himself.
So there you have anti-whiteism is sacred.
Where we find the wisdom of God's compassion. The priority
God wants you to be compassionate to them. Lower your guard, white race.
Of the Lord, as the prophet reminds us, is for those who are most vulnerable, the widow, the orphan, the poor, and the stranger.
And the Lord,
the widow, the orphan, the poor, and the strangers. Like, the white people aren't those things.
Jesus, we see the one who became poor for our sake. We see the Good Samaritan who lifts us from the dust. And we see the one who is found in the least of these. The church's concern for neighbor and our concern here for immigrants is...
Okay, go to hell with your concern for neighbor. That has been used to browbeat us into surrendering our destiny. We're done with that. The only neighbors we're concerned with at this point are white.
Response to the Lord's command to love as he has loved us.
To our immigrant brothers and sisters, we stand with you in your suffering.
Oh, they stand with the non-white world flooding into Western civilization. Okay, it's all we need to know. That's called sedition. You all are working together to achieve this multiracial, white erased outcome. We get it.
Since when one member suffers, all suffer.
Okay, yeah, sure. The whole white race is suffering by not allowing them to pour into the West. We got it. Makes sense.
You are not alone.
We note with gratitude that so many of our clergy, consecrated religious and lay faithful,
did they pull this guy out of a swamp? Was he a bullfrog?
Already accompany and assist immigrants in meeting.
Immigrants. You have to assist the immigrants.
and their basic human needs. We urge all people of goodwill to continue and expand such efforts.
We oppose the indiscriminate mass deportation of people. We pray for an end to dehumanizing rhetoric.
That means you cannot deport any of them. Every single person, of course, the enormous problem has been that every single one of these people have to be treated like Christ himself, and they have to go through 1,000 layers of red tape to finally have justice done and have them removed. So it never happens. Never forget the enormous number of Christian, and a lot of them are Catholic entities, flooding the West with the third world.
And violence, whether directed at immigrants or at law enforcement.
We pray that the Lord may guide the leaders of our nation, and we are grateful for past and present opportunities to dialogue with public and elected officials.
In this dialogue, we will continue to advocate for meaningful immigration reform. As disciples of the Lord, we remain men and women of hope.
Are these grinder profiles? I mean, what is this garbage?
And hope does not disappoint.
May the mantle of Our Lady of Guadalupe enfold us all in her maternal and loving.
Lady of Guadalupe, Jesus is sending you all to hell. I bet it's a surprise when they wake up from life in hell.
Care and draw us ever closer to the heart of Christ.
All right, there you have it. There's where we are, ladies and gentlemen, when it comes to the leadership. No wonder all the good Catholics come here to White Wellbeing. They don't want any trad Catholic garbage. They don't want more support of the filth that we are subjected to in and across the West as a consequence of organized Christianity, irrespective of the particular branch. They decide enough is enough. Catholicism is going to have to be made white positive. It's going to be westernized. That's the only way it's going to function. White race first, not America first, because there ain't no America without the white race. You got to get your definitions figured out. But we're going to hit some quick news and some laughs, ladies and gentlemen. And we're going to rock it into the control of all content creators, all of the big content creators, 100% controlled. You can catch part one of this that was streamed on Friday. You don't want to miss it. It's a very exciting, eye-opening reality, especially when you find out that the true hierarch of Western kind here sitting before you was right for all of these years that I've been telling you. But why don't we take a listen to one of ours, I believe he's one of ours, doing something that it seems that largely only white people can do. Take it away, brother.
Because again, all left-leaning political views, all wokeism is rooted in anti-whiteism. It just is. That's not meant to be controversial. It's just if you go down the rabbit hole of any of these arguments, any of these talking points, any of these worldviews, they all end at like anti-whiteism. So as a white man, I would certainly not date a woman with left-leaning political views because...
Give it up for Janitor of White Noir, swashing there and finding this piece. Oh my freaking God, we are changing the world.
Our note says you're arguing within the anti-white narrative. You should reframe it so that they're being accused of anti-whiteism. And
Celebrate Stop Anti-Whiteism, ladies and gentlemen, for the clip.
Waking up and not afraid to call out anti-whiteism and to push back against the systemic and growing anti-white sentiments.
Epic. Celebrate anti-whiteism for the clip, ladies and gentlemen. Dinesh D'Souza saying here, how ironic it will be if a brown American like Vivek Ramaswamy actually helps to fix education and raise the prospects as he blows on a little musical instrument, probably the flesh flute, to make a king cobra come out of a basket. Raises the prospects for white kids, while all the professional whiteys, Dinesh D'Souza says, this anti-white garbage on X, continue their idle boasting about how they too could get us to the moon, quote, just like some of the white dudes did in 19... What disrespect. Fuck you, anti-white motherfucker.
If your wife asks you why you don't make more money, tell her it's because wealthy men have really attractive wives, and you don't want to have to let her go. If she asks you why you don't earn more, ask her why she doesn't weigh less. Tell her that if you were wealthy, you couldn't even keep her on as a side piece, because side pieces are fun. Side pieces put out. Side pieces haven't let themselves go. Tell your wife that you wouldn't cheat with her anyway, because she's not worth the risk of you losing your new attractive wife. Flex on your wife, but sounded by smirk.
All right, take a look at this. What is this, number 81 of female teachers raping their students? Says here, number 81 of female teachers raping their students. Still no studies from the psych department's sphere forthcoming on how female empowerment has just done wonders for the ladies. Take a look at this break job. For those who know, they'll know. We'll take a look. We'll just break this off here and we'll have a look on the inside. Okay, there's one of the shoes. Oh my goodness, look at this pad. Whoa! I bet that made some noise as she went down the road. Oh, look at this dog. Now, we need to be at least this smart, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see if we can get this right. This person's messing with the dog, pretending to give him some little kibble there, but he gets wise. All right, the dog's like, wait a second. Dog's like, okay, now, you son of a bitch. Be cynical as ever, ladies and gentlemen. It's the only way we're going to survive as a people. Chicago serial woman puncher. That's what you ladies have to look forward to. All of our mothers and sisters and daughters, this is what they have to look forward to, is the woman punchers been released again and strikes again. Take a look at these, the white women being punched by this anti-white animal right here. It's kind of like when we were a people, more closely to the definition of a people. This kind of thing didn't happen. The only way to make it stop is not female empowerment. That equates to raping children. Nope, the kind of thing that we're going to need is to become a people again so that white males can be men again and put an end to this kind of female punchers. You got to love this dog here. He just tells you the truth.
What do you love most about your human?
The snacks. Definitely the snacks. Also, the embarrassing nicknames they use when they think nobody's listening.
So what do you love most about your human?
The snacks. Definitely the snacks. All right. Well, this sounds good to me.
Earlier this year in February, the very first thing I did was send letters to every single state in America and said, never before has the federal government asked for the data, but it is a new day. President Trump is the president. We know there's a lot of fraud. We need to help partner with you all to figure out how to make sure that this money and these benefits go to those who truly need it and not rife with fraud and corruption. 29 states, mostly the red states, responded with their data sets February, March, April. So the numbers that you're talking through, those are numbers that we have been collecting and analyzing since early summer, late spring. The fact that this spotlight shined on SNAP has allowed us to talk about it. But here's the most unbelievable news I have really just over the last few days, that 5,000 dead people, that was just 1 month. The number is closer to 186,000 deceased men and women and children in this country are receiving a check. Now, that is what we're...
For SNAP, social welfare. So around 200,000, and they keep finding more, are dead and receive. That means, of course, the family or whatever are receiving the money. You also have here 500,000 and climbing who are double dipping. And in some cases, they have discovered on the social welfare system, because you have so many of the diversity hires to get to white erase the white males and white people in general, that you have people that have applied multiple times, even in their own name. And they've been granted the exact same name. They've been granted public assistance several times under the exact same name. So at a minimum, some of these over 500,000 double dipping. Well, Brooke Rollins here, Secretary Rollins, has said we're revamping the whole thing. And Rapunzel has said that she has heard that Trump is indeed going to compel everyone to reapply again in an attempt to get rid of some of this colossal fraud, this theft of you and me and all of the white America world. And here you have some of the SNAP benefiting people. They're going out there and they are making these EBT shopping trip videos. They're showing up by the thousands, it would seem. But it's not just food that they're buying.
Before they take it away. First things first, gonna stock up on these. Then we're gonna stock up on some chips. My daughter really likes macaroni and cheese, so I'm gonna get one of these. As well get some of these and these.
These are like the, come shopping with me types of videos where they're out and they're buying all kinds of garbage. I'm gonna get one of these as well.
So I'm gonna get another one too. Gonna get another pie. This time we're getting this one.
More diabetes.
My kids really like.
That guy's going to chime in. Here you have another video of come shopping with me. This particular one here, a grandmother living on social welfare was supposed to get $225 in EBT. Instead, she got $2,500 deposited, ripped off from you and me. And she's taken that money instead of contacting the social welfare office and saying, you got this wrong. You gave me too much money. She's like, I'm going to go blow it now. They'll never come after me's.
We're here at the Women's Strike for Equality 1970, where women are demanding the right to be just as miserable as men in the workplace. Will you still want kids and a family?
For sure, and if I don't have time to raise them, I'll just pay another woman to do it using the salary from my new job.
What do you look forward to in a corporation? Being underpaid, earning more for someone else, and never having even close to enough to buy a home. What equality do you expect? Studies show men die of heart attacks and strokes from staying in the workforce for so long, and we just want the same. What do you look forward to most? Focusing so much on my career that I miss the chance to get married or have kids, then turning 40 and asking what the fuck was I thinking?
This is all, it's funny. And the conservatives, this is their actual argumentation. Like, look at how funny it is, the decision they made. That's what's actually happening. They're not getting married. They're going out and they're being whores, and the white family, as a consequence, is destroyed. So that's what anti-whiteism does for you. How about this? White man, this is a regular thing. White man in Michigan charged with manslaughter and other felonies for defending his home from 6 anti-white black murderer thieves.
Fine here.
Yeah, and there's a lot of different sides we're hearing. We're hearing from the prosecutor's office, that man's defense attorney, and the family of that teen who was shot and killed, and they're upset.
It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense, and it hurts a lot.
4 months after 17-year-old Savon Wilson of Pontiac shot and killed in White
Can we say biospiritually incompatible?
Lake Township. His family says the charges have them
Oh, but he plays good football. He real fast on the field.
confused.
I think the way they went about it, it could have been done better.
24-year-old
It could have been done better. This guy did the right thing. You break into someone's house, you get shot. That's how we maintain civility.
Dayton Napton charged with manslaughter, assault with intent to do great bodily harm, and 2 counts of felony firearm for the death of Wilson. And
No use complaining about how unfair it is. Anti-whites are in charge. We are adults. We understand it's unfair. That's why we do something about it.
shooting another teen in the leg. Wilson's family says they want Napton.
Do you all remember? You probably don't. In the 90s in Maryland, a criminal, an anti-white, non-white criminal, was crawling on the roof of a house he was getting ready to break in, fell through the skylight, and successfully sued the owner. So this is not new. Take a look at this one. You can't kill my son. He was just trying to rob you, maybe kill you, and maybe rape your white daughter. That's all.
To rob you. My son only tried to rob you, and you took his life. That was an abuse of force, Chandler. You must pay for this.
A military veteran has been charged with murder after shooting and killing 3 teenagers who broke into his home. The parents of the teens are now demanding that the court...
White erasure of our norms. These 3 teens, these 3 youths, these 3 anything, oxygen breathing featherless bipeds made their way into this veteran, this old guy's house. All they wanted to do was avail themselves to everything that this man had worked on and probably pistol whip him to death. But he did the wrong thing. And you know what? The courts are going to be coming after him, I'm sure.
Sentenced the veteran to death. According to police in Georgia, the 3 masked teens showed up at the veteran's house around 3 p.m. They kicked in the front door and entered the home to rob it, unaware that the homeowner was a former soldier. The veteran opened fire as soon as they entered.
Look at this poor old guy.
One of the teens fired back, triggering a violent shootout. A neighbor, startled by the gunfire, immediately called 911. When officers arrived, they found all...
Yeah, stumbling is right. God, you can't even rob people anymore. God, you can't even carry out a proper gang raping anymore these days without getting shot. Now, this is why females are so awesome in positions of authority. This is why you just want them in positions of authority. Behind this young lady here working the register is a woman that will come into view, and she's a manager. So she's the head bitch at this place. And this is why in the military, I want you to think about females in charge and working this beat on police officers in the street. How about in the military? How about all anywhere you can think where there could be some pressure? I want you to think about that while this happens. This woman at the register having an argument with a customer.
You can call the cops. You're in the wrong for stealing.
Yeah, nothing wrong with that. More chicks in charge. She's beating herself in the head and screaming. Oh my God.
Don't try to steal. You can call the cops. You're in the wrong for stealing.
And then the other girl back here tries to stop her, and then she turns around and starts shoving her away. I'm handling this stressful situation properly.
This is happening in Mexico City right now. Thousands of citizens are attacking the police and trying.
Now, this is so funny. Last night, a bunch of us were in a space. We'll probably mention more about it. And one of the Jewsburgs there was claiming that this was an anti-Jew revolution to expel all Jews from Mexico. And America is a bunch of pussycats because they're not at this point of expelling all the Jews from the country. It's a little bit different than that. I think you got it wrong. I think you're misrepresenting what's happening in Mexico.
To breach their national palace after the anti-cartel mayor Carlos Manso was assassinated after he accused President Sheinbaum of protecting the cartels. Now citizens are stating they're sick of the narco state and cartel-bought government authorities.
Crazy. Remember, I'm just sharing the news that other people are reporting on. I'm not endorsing it. When you realize therapy is just paying to talk to a liberal, an anti-white, until you agree with them. So very true. Have you known any of these therapists, any of these psychologists, any of these psychiatrists? When have you met one that's white positive?
Barack Obama in 2010 blows up completely, along with the Democrats and only the Democrats, the entire health insurance system and implements Obamacare. The Affordable Care Act, we are told, is going to cut our expenses down for our health care to about the price of your monthly cable bill. Those were his words, not mine. And he said you can keep your doctor and keep your plan and keep a provider, no problem, except one problem. Shortly thereafter, the Affordable Care Act becomes unaffordable for all Americans in the lower to middle income ranges unless they have subsidies. So the subsidies, which are paid for by the taxpayers, go to the insurance companies, not to the insured. And the insurance companies raise premiums and deductibles to a level no one can afford. Fast forward to 2020. And Joe Biden gives us the American Rescue Plan in 2021. The American Rescue Plan, because of COVID, expands those subsidies from lower and middle income people to all people with no income caps. Well, so what did they do? They said it's only temporary. They put an end date of December 31st, 2023 on the expanded subsidies. But then that date came and they said, holy crap, when the subsidies end, no one will be able to afford the Affordable Care Act. So what do? We extend it to the end of 2025. And here we are, near the end of 2025. And what do we have? The same problem. When the subsidies expire at the end of the year, no one will be able to afford a plan in the quote-unquote Affordable Care Act. So what is the solution the Democrats come up with? Shut down the government. Shut down the government, then run to every television camera that you can find, look into it and scream, the Republicans ruined your health care. The Republicans destroyed health care. And they think that's going to work.
We have Kingdom of Inland right on time here saying, do you agree that Fuentes is a J-spurging CivNet idiot? 100%. In fact, that little bubble boy said about the shutdown that it's all fake. It's not because of what this guy just outlined, which it obviously is. It's because the Democrats were just putting on a little bit of theater and wanted to demonstrate that they were doing something. That's the kind of lame-ass limp dick takes that you get from the exiguous bubble boy. And finally, folks, we have this.
Look at that dog over there.
Now, replace Democrats here with anti-whites.
You think he wants to be tied to that chair, waiting in the hot sun while his owner gets ice cream? Hell no! I am going to make people see that an animal's life is just as important as a human's. Go, fellow canine! Be free and enjoy life! You got my neck!
Maybe that's why he was tied up.
Let's rock.
All white guilt, affirming our white community, creating our own story. Did you think you could stop our people going free? There is one option, one perspective, that is whatever serves white well-being. Every anti-white filled with negativity can't speak except for their insecurity, using their biology to launder the issue of white humanity, selling white babies as fodder for what is vain and mercenary. Fuck anti-whites and fuck their J-orbiters too. Stop hate, hoaxing our people and erasing our value. Go free, no white guilt. Go free, no white guilt.
Celebrate the great sloths for this epic tune, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to be getting into Lauren Southern here. And just a little bit more of that clip will bring you up to speed there if you didn't see Friday. But you should go back and watch Friday because you will be stunned at the revelation.
Except for their insecurity, using their biology to launder the erasure of white humanity. Selling white babies as fodder for what is vain and mercenary. Fuck anti-whites and fuck their J-orbiters too. Stop hate, hoaxing our people and erasing our value. Go free, no white guilt. Go free. Go free, no white guilt.
Epic slots. I'm going to take a look at what you all are saying. Tag me as @no white guilt if you have a thought you'd like to share or a question about Go Free or yours truly or what have you. We're going to get into Lauren Southern right now, but I want to say hello to Savage Monday. I want to say hello to Cool Papa J Magic, to Rapunzel, to Olaf is here, Eva's here, Anglo-Saxon and WG, Dallas, Malloy, land of the fake, tagging me as No White Guilt. Ladies and gentlemen, as I look across the screens here, and Savage Monday, he said he's proud of the Mexicans for letting their displeasure in the government be known. Well, good for them. Yeah, they're tired of the narco state, and good for them. And if the United States is funding a little bit of that, tired of the narco state, good. Let's get a government in Mexico that completely capitulates to us and keeps its mouth shut. That's how Mexico should operate when it comes to the great white United States. Herman is here. Cindy Ben is here. Dennis is here. Jareth is here. Good to see you all. Did you hear about this thing of a woman returning, making a video recently? Winged Productions is here. Gregory is here. Good to see everybody. Tree Godfather is here. Bio Spirit of the West is in the house. First Last is here. Good to see you, brother. Dennis is with us. Ardent Party, good to see you. Eva, Hyperborean Dream, yes, the unifier. Jay Bishop, Stumbling and Havoc and APK. Good to see you all here today. Yes, some people are helping others to tag me. Sean is here. Good to see you. @symbol, No White Guilt. Samuski is in the house. Justin McDaniel is here. Sorry I didn't get to hear you share your thoughts last night. I had to go. I mean, it was quite late during that space. And I had to get to work on the gathering. Samuski says, how do they get the pads on there that way? I have no idea. Recon is here. But we know, for those who know, that was a very loud ride. God, could you imagine? As you come to a stop, every time you come to a stop, I think something's wrong. It sounds like 10,000 banshees are coming out of hell. Every time I press the brake pedal, something has gone wrong. Arden Party says, we can take back Mighty Whiteys if D'Souza can say it. Jared says, we might be heading south. As in something bad happening, something good. When you go down to Dixie, way down south in the land of cotton, old times there are not forgotten. Look away, look away, look away, Dixieland. Oh, all my Southern brothers and sisters are like, that's to my heart. That goes right to my heart. All right. Let's hear what she has to say. What ended up happening here? Well, you remember, and I will just summarize. You'll want to watch Friday's gathering, roll-in gathering, that you'll remember years back, I began talking about how the online space was changing from one that was organic, peer-to-peer communication. I mean, when the internet got robust enough to carry quite a bit of traffic, it became a liberating vehicle. People were able to talk with each other all around the world, from one town to the next where they couldn't, people they didn't know. And we discovered what some of us who were intensely focusing on these things, we all discovered what those individuals already knew, which is that anti-whiteism was the world over in every Western country, that it was the exact same. We got to see how the anti-whites quarantined news stories that contradicted the anti-white narrative. And they tried to keep it just to the town where it happened, rather than writing it in the sky with us when it was a story that they could either is legitimately, but in most cases illegitimately fictionalized news to arrive at anti-white outcomes and comport with the anti-white narrative. And they write it in the sky, all not just in the country, but in Western countries the world over. We got to see all that. It was a matter of time before it was compromised. The biggest revolution in human history to date, the internet and the peer-to-peer communication. Well, the liberating aspect of it is gone, and it's been gone for years. And I told you all that just mark it in your brain, mark it in your memory. January 2025, everything on the internet is fake. And on Wednesday, I shared that you can begin with a content creator's desire, just totally legitimately independent in their own heads, their own wills, their own desires to have, to make money, to get aggrandizement, pats on the head, especially when it comes from females, financial, these remuneration for making content, that once all of that became a thing, that people would begin lying to you, and they would, your average content creator would become literally no better than the worst of the tabloid magazines. When you look back in time at the big newspaper houses, and you can see as it unfolded and became increasingly bizarre stories just to get readership, to be able to charge more for advertising, it always comes back to this. Same thing holds true for content creation. So even though you can look at yours truly and you're like, Jason's been in the same office and the same lighting and the same camera and the same mic, and it's all still organic, and there hasn't sprung up around him some sort of network that can get people to come on his show for interviews, even flying them in to sit right in the office with me and get Jason on other content creators' shows and fly Jason out to these places. None of that has happened, but you've seen that take place with all of the other content creators of consequence. And by consequence, I mean, in this case, having a large audience and therefore being able to influence. Well, of course, it was all, and over the years, I've talked about how these individuals compromise themselves, compromise their integrity. They always will, because that's going to be more valuable to them than being principled in the final analysis. So the worst rise to the top, because somebody who comes online and who is telling you the story as best as he or she can uncover it and research it, and as lucid as can possibly be, they're not going to get the views. And somebody coming online giving you the most fantastical, entertaining stories and accusations and hypotheses and conspiracies. So those kind of people are going to rise to the top. That's the way it's going to be. The worst of humanity, the people with the least principles, the people who are the most selfish and individualistic. Those are going to be the people that rise to the top. So even if there were no human groupings that and individuals as well who have their own interests and who decide to get involved in controlling the entertainers on the internet, even if those people didn't exist, you would still have, by January 2025, nothing but hogwash on the internet. Nothing but lies, nothing but misdirection, nothing but entertainment that is parading itself, masquerading itself as some sort of truth, as some sort. So forget about it. Any content creator with a big audience and therefore influential is fraudulent. There is nothing real. You have to mark it in your head. We have to be the most cynical people to ever live, those in service to white well-being. It's all fake. But not only that, it doesn't matter. You're wasting your time on these things that they talk about to entertain you. You're wasting your time. It's all fake. But it's worse than that. Of course it is. Because there are scores and scores of different types of groupings and individuals who come into the scene, behind the scenes. And I said, because of my scorching high IQ and understanding the human animal, I spoke to you about all of the ghosts, all of the wraiths that were behind the scenes manipulating things. Why? How could I know it was an absolute certainty? Because I understand the human animal, because I understand human drive, because reason, logic, and evidence, because of my IQ, because I can compute it. It was inevitable that governments were going to get involved, that criminal syndicates were going to get involved, that individual financiers were going to get involved, all pushing their interests. Foreign governments are going to get involved. NGOs are going to get involved. Socio-political organizations are going to get involved. And they're going to come in behind the scenes. And in most cases, in almost all of the cases, it's legal for them to do this. Now all of these people, they have agents. I've even pointed out to you when they have slipped and they have used the lingo that you see used in Hollywood, that you see used in entertainment. So now you have these networks of agents operating all. Of course, they're not talking about them. That's why nobody's talking about Lauren Southern right now and what she revealed, because it's true. They don't want you looking at them and saying, well, then you're probably also one of the people who are controlled. They don't want you to say, so they're just mum's the word on that for now. Mum is the word on that. Because they're all being interfered with. Nobody is going to reveal anything about what's going on behind the scenes, about how they've been using bots accounts for over a decade to build up audience to create the bandwagon effect, because most people in their lives don't have enough time to evaluate a message, to determine its accuracy. They just evaluate how large and enthusiastic an audience is. And then they say, it must be right, it must be true, it must be good, it must serve what I would like it to serve. And so therefore, I'm going to be a part of it. This was back over a decade ago when the bots were showing up and ballooning audiences of people who folks behind the scenes wanted to have massive influence to serve their interests. Do you got it? Now we have AI-driven bots. Bots that pass the Turing test. Bots that you can have a conversation with, maybe even get romantic with, that are AI-driven. And in some cases, it's individuals, as Lauren Southern points out in this individual, an individual Indian in Canada, Indian in Canada, from India, driving thousands and thousands of bots himself. What do you think NGOs would be able to do? What do you think governments would be able to do? Open your freaking eyes. And of course, you're going to find out that the Tate brothers, as mentioned by Lauren and others, using hiring people, not bots, probably because they're probably using bots now. But initially, what was it? Romanians paying them some paltry sum, which is a lot of money, like $7 an hour, to be online promoting their garbage, promoting their filth, their anti-white filth. And what do you end up having? The bandwagon effect, social proof. Everybody's got to talk to, everybody's got to find out what the Tate brothers are saying because of all of these accounts who are lauding them and pushing them and praising them, and their thoughts must be important. You can have content creators on X that can say the lamest thing, a single sentence, even the words "I'm bored," and because of the popularity driven by bots and the bandwagon effect of real human beings, there'll be like 2 million views on a "I'm bored." It is obscene. It is abject, total control of the socio-political commentariat on social media from platform to platform to platform to platform. You're not going to get a single bit of truth, nothing healthy from any of these people. Now, what is Lauren talking about? Now, I'm saying none of these people are going to reveal any of it. What would be the motivation? What would be the motivation? The people behind it, first of all, they're serving their own self-interest. Maybe they've got a family. Maybe they've got children. Maybe they want more sex partners. Maybe they want a new car. Maybe they want to take more vacations. So their self-interest alone is motivation, is impetus to lie to you. Got it? Be cynical. Be realistic. But on top of that, you have these influences in the background that show up. These influencers that show up in the background seeking to advance their own interests. And they carry both a stick and some candy. They've got it both for you. They've got the threat of ruining you, ruining family members. If it's feds or someone purporting to be or pretending to be feds or associated, they got the threat of imprisonment. And on the other side, they got lots of money. On the other side, they've got lots of bots that can show up to make you very popular and get you lots of pats on your head. How many of these new white girls showing up who suddenly are inundated with anti-Jew spurgery? How many of the anti-Jew spurgs are bots right out of Tel Aviv? And then these attractive or semi-attractive or mid-white girls are suddenly doing Roman salutes instead of advocating white well-being. They're ruining their lives to the degree an attractive female can ruin their life. They don't have the same cost that men have. They can flip around and say, oh, you know what? I grew out of that. I don't mean it anymore. And besides, take a look at my jugs. So they don't have the same repercussion that the young guys do. But how often do we see these new people come into the sphere? We identify them. We move on them with the lexical dialectical power of go free for the betterment of Western kind. And all of a sudden, they're being lauded by 50,000 J-Spurgs right out of Tel Aviv, right out of Iran, right out of the CIA, right out of the ADL, wherever they're coming from. Suddenly, there's swarms of these people saying, we will celebrate you doing the thing that ruins your life. So there's zero motivation for any content creator to reveal any of this. All of the motivation is to keep it silent until death. All of the motivation is to zip their mouth shut. The carrot and the stick, ladies and gentlemen. But what happened with Lauren Southern? Well, in 2024, Tenant Media and their financiers from Russia, people connected with RT, so therefore maybe the Russian government, who knows, who cares? They forgot to do a little piece of paperwork. And as a consequence, they were revealed. It was FARA, Foreign Agent Registration, completely legal for these Russians to come in and give millions upon millions upon millions of dollars to conservative content creators to get the results that serve their interests. And the content creators are not bound to only take money from, in this case, Russia. They could take money to serve the interests of the Russians through Tenant Media, but they could also take money maybe even from another group of Russians, or maybe Chinese, or maybe Israelis, or maybe the United States government, as long as it wasn't at conflict with what they had to say for the Russians from RT and Tenet Media. So you see, it's perfectly legal for this to happen. Tenet Media just forgot to do a piece of paperwork. If they had done that paperwork, if they had just registered like they had to register, no one would know to this day that what's his name was being paid $5 million for his content. That Lauren Southern was being paid over $100,000. And by the way, we don't even know if this was for a year. We don't even know. She was getting paid over $100,000 for the content she produced for Tenet Media and therefore the Russians from RT who were paying these salaries. It could have been for 6 months. It could have been for a specific amount of content, 100,000+. Do you think they would tell you? This is the kind of remuneration. This is the kind of financial reward going on in the background for these folks. 100,000. So she talks about all of this. It became revealed because of this clerical error in 2024. And then CSIS, Canada's FBI, decided to show up at her house. And then she was subjected to a honeypot, some attractive male agent showing up saying he's just there to help her to make sure she doesn't go to prison. And she recorded these conversations. What do you think's going to happen with most people showing up? This is an extraordinary situation, a unique situation with Lauren Southern, because she came in 2015, 2016, and she was a mid-white female who realized that she could make tons of money and sex partners and pats on the head by going right-wing. And that's what she did. Who knows what her actual convictions were? Maybe didn't have any. Probably didn't have any. The conviction was to reward herself. And then she bounced around. And in some cases, bed to bed, it sounds like to me. Maybe she reveals as much. Maybe she doesn't. But she bounced around and she was approached by Chinese agents, the CIA for China. And she's been approached by all of these different groups. Now, she doesn't have a lot of motivation to reveal them. Not yet. But she can reveal Tenet Media because it's been revealed. She can reveal CSIS showing up, the FBI in Canada, because it was part of Tenet Media, and she wanted out at that point. Meanwhile, I want you to reflect on all of the people and all of the groupings and the secret gatherings that she was supposedly having while being paid by this group and that group in conversations with the FBI of Canada. Groupings, private chats for right-wing women who wanted to push back against the male criticism in the right wing. Don't forget all of that taking place while in these conversations. So she decided to record these conversations. They found out several different types of phone numbers to contact her on. They told her about the drinking habits of her sister. They called her at her gymnasium. They texted endlessly. Psychological warfare, psychological abuse. They told her, implied endlessly, that her friends or other colleagues or whatever, they are already working with the feds. And you are the only one that's not doing it. And I don't want to see you go to prison. You have a child, and I don't want to see you. How many content creators? They're given the option, shit tons of money, work with the Fed. How about Little Bubble Boy, who on Patriots Day told a mass of guys to attack the Capitol, to disregard the police, to run over the police, to attack the Capitol. I wonder what kind of conversations he had with the feds. I wonder if when they showed up with Lauren Southern and the pretty boy honeypot fed that showed up was saying everything like complimenting how smart she is. And, you know, in another life, you could have been an epic agent for the state. And is this picture on this profile of yours, is that also a picture that you use for dating apps? Because you are beautiful. And also saying, I'm so sad by how nervous and scared you always appear. And when I see these pictures of you where you're happy, that warms my heart. I feel so good. I mean, all of that geared to manipulate her, taking her out, meeting her out on a beach in the middle of the night with a full moon and its rays splitting the ocean right down the center, as romantic as it can be for a conversation with the Fed that's just trying to help you stay out of jail. What do you think is going to happen for somebody like Bubble Boy? What kind of things do you think the FBI or secret whoever in the United States, whatever secret police spoke with him? What kind of things do you think they said? Hey, let me tell you what, all the names forevermore working with us of everybody who are real and the financiers and followers and etc. Or you'll go to federal prison. You'll get maybe 20 years like Oath Keepers leader did. And you know what they do to little guys like you in prison? You will be everybody's bitch. They'll all sit down in the showers and they'll pass you from one lap to the next. Do you want that, little Bubble Boy? I wonder what he would say in response to that. Here are the laws you broke. None of these people are real. None of them. They're going to take the money. They're going to take the aggrandizement. They're going to take the sex partners. They're going to give you whatever the interests behind the scenes want you to hear, and whatever at the same time will enrich and popularize themselves. And by the way, unlike you'll see here, you never hear, it's never going to happen because we are organic. We are real. Nobody on planet Earth is going to be paying for the white race's coming together, redemption, escaping the manacles of anti-whiteism. Nobody's going to pay for that. There's not going to be any foreign state that's going to be motivated to send in 10,000 AI passing or AI bots, Turing test passing bots, so that others will be motivated by the bandwagon effect to show up. It's never going to happen. But what about with somebody like Bubble Boy? You can run down the line of content creators. Iran most certainly would support any Jew spurgery online just to vex Jews because they're so incompetent, backward, and their heads all up camels' asses in Iran. Of course, not every single one of them. Some of them are wonderful people. And all they can do is harass. And that's all. They would fund that. They would put bots out there. They would bring money into whatever it takes just to be a little vexatious, just to be a fruit fly buzzing around the ass of a Jewish person. Who else might fund it? The Jew spurgery. Israel, the ADL, AIPAC, infinite number of pro-Jewish organizations. Because you spurg out on Jews and you're the villain in their story, you ruin everybody who could have gone to white well-being and made the white race a people again that could actually contend with the power held by anti-white Jews or any other groupings of people. Who might else pay for that? On and on and on. And so with that preamble, we begin again with what's left of this piece.
Is that everything is fake now? Not like everything, but the vast majority of it. Journalists simply don't make money anymore from telling the truth, left or right. They get paid to make clickbait. They get paid to make things that people want to read, true or not. And they definitely don't get paid to truly understand or communicate things. There's like a very small group that still exists that are doing that. And I can say this is even true of my time at Tenet, where I had full control of everything. I had the full ability, Lauren, you can make whatever videos you want, total freedom of speech. But my contract just had me doing so much content that none of it could be truly deep or...
Yeah, she was being paid 100 plus. Now, she's motivated, right? It's a self-interest of hers to tell her audience here, I was allowed to say whatever I wanted. They paid me $100,000+, maybe for 50 videos, they paid me all that money, and they just said, no, we don't want anything in return, Cupcake. Sure. But we have to look at the world through the lens of Go Free with intense cynicism based in a complete understanding of the human animal.
meaningful, you know, and this was.
That's how I'm able to predict this with 100% accuracy 5-6 years ago. And the only reason we're hearing about this is because Tenet Media made a little clerical error. It's replete.
The compromise I made, I was like, okay, you know, I have free speech, all the company backing me. Everyone else in this sphere is doing like daily videos. Lauren, you got to catch up. Yeah, you got to, you know, if you can't beat them, join them. And I found myself staying up till like 5 a.m. trying to fact check stories that still I couldn't get right because there was just no, I would have killed myself trying to make my reporting accurate and meaningful and still get like 3 videos out a week. That's just too much content. And so
what she's saying there, she's motivated, self-interest here, that the problem for her was she wanted to be really thorough and accurate. Of course, that would be what she would claim. Probably what was actually happening was the Russians, by way of Tenet Media, were saying, we need more content from you hitting on these points. And she's thinking, I don't know about these. I don't know if this is truthful. I don't know if, and so that's how she ended up having a problem at Tenet Media. But by the way, she didn't quit. She didn't turn down that 100,000 plus, 6 figures, 6 freaking figures.
it just becomes like slop of, oh, another video on the woke mind virus that you've heard repeated 7,000 different ways. And you know, silly me, case in point, I recently broke my rule and I said yes to a long form written interview about the book. Only because like the person.
Okay, now of course she wrote a book about everything I just told you. You don't need to read it. Don't waste your money. She's obviously selling the book, trying to sell the book, and make it look like she's not interested in selling the book. Cynicism, folks. Open your eyes. Stop being children. The white race can't be dumb white boobies anymore.
That they read the book and they were really, you know, they wanted to do it justice. Then I go and I read this article and I'm learning new lore about myself. I discover that I was stalked by Gavin McInnes for months, apparently. This is simply not true. He didn't even, I don't even think he came up in the interview questions she asked me. And quite frankly, out of the many stalkers that I have had in my life, I wish it were Gavin, because instead he'd be funny, at least, you know? And then just so many little details that were just wrong. And I asked him, like, okay, wait, how did you get this? Where did you get this from? She responds an email, and she's like, oh, well, I referenced another article I found. Another fake clickbait, you know, nonsense reporting, trying to exaggerate or misrepresent things to get attention. And it just becomes this massive game of Chinese telephone, even when people are spending a long time on articles. Like, I think this person spent like a month writing it or something. And then, you know, like, it's not partisan. I saw Liz Wheeler, I didn't talk to her about my book, but she read a headline about my book from someone else and decided to do a story on it, and accidentally spent her whole video agreeing with everything I'd written in the book, but delivering her video and titling it as an aggressive debunking of me because she was under the impression my book said the opposite of what she thought it said.
Now, was Liz Wheeler under the impression? Did she just get it wrong? Or did the people paying her $500,000 for so many videos, did the people paying her the big money say, this is the angle that we would like to see from you?
Because she didn't read it. And I have nothing against Liz.
Do you see, how funny is this? Lauren Southern revealing that you have all this machination going on by interest groups and interested individual parties behind the scenes. And then she concludes that Liz Wheeler just didn't read the book and got it wrong. Psh.
Seems like a nice lady. It's not even her fault. She's just following what is industry standard right now, and that is clickbait purgatory. She didn't read the source material because nobody does anymore. Reading source material means A, putting in effort, and B, potentially being exposed to information that doesn't fit nicely into your clickbait echo chamber. And neither of those things are socially or financially profitable.
Now, what she is talking about here and what was worth watching this little bit of the video is the reality that even if there weren't all of these interests, which there are behind the scenes, Liz Wheeler would be in a position based on the tabloid style of content creation and proliferation, would be positioned to have to just move forward with the most sensational take, or she would lose the audience. The audience would move somewhere else. And therefore, if your ass isn't in the seat, she's not going to get paid as much for the adverts. That's what the internet has become. Nothing believable. That's why what we have taught you here, which is the main message and what holds true across the internet, what we have shared with you here, the Go Free dialogic, can demonstrate how true and it is, and how it continues to work irrespective of the context and changing context that we're in. If it works for you in your real life, then it's legitimate. If it doesn't work in your real life, then it's illegitimate. That's the prescription you have to bring to all of what you would imbibe. And I would recommend not imbibing any of this garbage anymore. Any of it. It's meant to hold your eyeballs because you are the dollars for the content creator.
Or fun. This was a very consistent review I got of my book from those who actually read it, was that, well, they thought it was a very good read. It wasn't necessarily a comfortable one, which, fair enough, it wasn't exactly a comfortable write either, but it is honest. And, you know, the New York Times also did a piece on a few of the chapological purposes. This is the New York Times did political that, and I think they were right. Off of like 4 or 5 of the massive and simple worldview break, right? Took their problems within bitch, borders, politics.
It sounded like she said bitch. Bitch, she said bitch. But here's the really, as we get ready for the final part here, here's the really, and which ties into our story about the Nazis recruiting boys, male pornographer, male on male, male on female, and all of that going on. Wow. Ties into the last part of this video. But the thing that is coruscating is that, as I just told you, and this holds true for everything that you could take away from the internet, when it comes to a socio-political subject matter or vehicle, ideology, etc., if it works in your real life, then it's real. If it's all online, it's all an illusion. It's all fake. It's all Barnum and Bailey. It's a waste of your time. It's worse. It's poisoning you. You can take the exact same, what I'm saying here for Go Free, and you can go over to all of these fitness influencers now who are also sharing garbage that will get you hurt if you take it into the real world. Why would they share this titillating tips on how to get 6-pack abs in 4 days? Because that will get your eyeballs, and that will make them rich. That will get them pats on the head. That will get them sex partners. That's why. You have got to be careful. But here's the thing I told you about Go Free, that you're really going to walk away knowing that you're in the right place. I told you that the only thing we could do, and this was the philosophy going all the way back in the earliest printings of Go Free, when it was a leaflet, and that was that it had to be a practice that worked in every contemporary context, but would also continue to work as the contexts change, because society is dynamic. Nature is dynamic. It's all going to be changing all the time. So the practice had to work in every single environment, irrespective of the change in the environment. Here's the thing. This should be the end for any questioning. The greatest shift in human history has been the creation of the internet and the ability for peer-to-peer communication as a consequence. Go Free was created, much of it before the internet, before the greatest shift in mankind's history. And it still works. If you need anything else, you are a dumb son of a bitch. If you need any other proof, you are a dumb son of a bitch, and we don't want you in this community. You were given a practice that was told will work in every environment, every contemporary environment, and in shifting environments, which is required for our people to become a people and recapture our destiny. And the greatest change in mankind's history takes place, and the practice still works. Go Free is like lifting weights, is like learning how to sprint. You are going to be able to use those muscles and those skills in every environment you go into forevermore. You're welcome.
And to become bisexual or something, I guess. I don't know what they want from me. I guess they want me to lie to them. There is no such thing as someone pivoting their entire political position overnight, especially before they publish a book. That's ridiculous. Meanwhile, a good chunk of my old right-wing peers were busy seething that I'd said the quiet part out loud, that it's all fake, and power corrupts every ideology, including theirs.
So she's talking about right-wing content creators are all pissed. They're also not talking about, because of what she just said there, that all of their content creation is all fake, that power corrupts everywhere.
Sphere, they also like taking money to write nonsense, post nonsense, much like the devil can cite scripture, the right wing can make fake news too. But you know who didn't hate it? You know who didn't hate it? Bless you people, those who actually read it. I know you're a few, but meaningful and thoughtful, and I appreciate it. And you know what? All the influencers who called me behind the scenes and said, for what it's worth, Lauren, we know everything in your book is true. We'd lose our jobs, our funding, important contacts, etc. if we said so. I got a lot of those calls, and I'm not even mad. I'm not, maybe a little. I did, see.
Don't be one of these people that turn to me in low IQ and say, but how could you know? Just because you can't compute it in your head doesn't mean that no one else can. So get out of that misunderstanding. I correctly computed it again years back and told you all.
A little, I'm like, ugh. It sucks when people can say things privately but can't publicly, but I also get it because I've been there too. I've been in their shoes. One thing, I worried about when I published this book is it kind of feels like it's this indictment of all influencers and all influencer culture, and it's not. I actually love these people. I don't hate influencers or people in the political media space, even the ones that have taken money to say horrible things about me or this and that. I don't even hate them. I hate the place they're stuck in. I hate the system. Here's the paradox. Dissident media was meant to challenge power, yet the internet turned it into this trap because once you're labeled canceled, you can't go back. One Google search and you're done. A lot of these people can never get a normal job again, which ironically made dissident media one of the easiest spaces for governments, corporations, and bad actors to capture. And quite frankly, I think people that are got to take some responsibility here are those who tried to gerrymander, who could be involved in public discourse a decade ago, who tried to create this eternal record of bigoted, bad people online and dubbed them unemployable in any sphere except making controversial content, most of whom were just young nerds who got caught up in exploring politics in 2015 and made a few edgy jokes. When the internet makes you unemployable and your own government makes you untouchable, what choice are people left with if they want to eat but to take money from dodgy sources, dodgy
Should let silence go for about 10 minutes after that statement. And I want to point out again, for those who might be struggling to get it, this is a unique situation that caused a former, very well-known, popular content creator to come forward and share a portion, only the portion revealed by the clerical error. You have no idea. The door to the reality of this is opened by this a millimeter. And you can't even shift your position looking through that crack. You can only see straight ahead.
people. And I'm not saying it's right. It's not right. It's just reality. When you effectively create a social credit system based on people's edgy politics they had in college, you might as well create a recruitment center for threats to national security. And, I'm not, this might sound like it's all about the tennis stuff. It's not. Like, there is money being thrown in from all over the place towards influencers. And people are just like, oh, I'm not going to look that hard into it because I've got to eat, That's kind of, and the massive demonetization of political content, I get it. I'm not saying it's right, but this is like the natural result of.
Something else to observe, and we've observed in the white sympathetic sphere for years, is when you have organization leaders, and again, before the internet was robust enough to carry all of the conversation, where the organization leader didn't go to jail, but his followers would. Pay attention to that, because whenever you have that phenomenon, the guy in charge is working for the feds. Don't be a dumbass. If everybody else goes to jail, but the guy in charge, open your eyes. It doesn't matter how sincere he seems.
The pressures that have been put on this space. And we're about to repeat this cycle the other way around, by the way. Obviously, politics has just been a nonstop chain of acting out against your own morality because the other guy broke the rules first, going all the way back to when the first caveman hit another caveman with a rock. I love everyone saying, it's our turn. It's our turn to mass cancel and kind of destroy the other side. Everyone has infinite motivation to sell out, to not tell the truth, to have no mercy or understanding for anyone else, to not stick to their moral principles. Just everyone, and they all have very stories that you can sympathize with for the reasons for doing so.
Azimuth Clark says, sounds like Nick Fuentes. It sure does.
And to put the cherry on top, everything is utterly godless. The performative Christianity, even more so than anything else, which means even more bad actors taking control of the whole political sphere. And it doesn't cost much either.
JB's asking what percentage of the consequential, in other words, very large audience and therefore influential, socio-political content creators are captured. 100%. 100%. Is it possible that one could come along on a Monday and not be captured for Monday? Sure. But on Tuesday, he's captured. The reality of the human animal, of human society, of human desires, which are limitless, but the resources limited. The reality of it.
It doesn't take much money to buy an influencer, even when they're not canceled. And all of it is made to look authentic to the average person consuming political content. That's the purpose. And it's not just foreign governments or domestic, but criminals doing this as well, buying your psyche by purchasing the opinion of media figures and botting your feeds, and therefore
embodying their feeds. She's telling you as clear as it could possibly be from a person who was participating in it. Every type of infernal character behind the scenes shows up with money. And it's like I pointed out, we see this all the time. It's so obvious. You take a barely literate tard like Jake Shields, and suddenly this guy has a beautiful studio and perfect camera equipment and microphoning, and they're flying guests in from across the country. Give me a break.
Making themselves valuable in the eyes of politicians, therefore making themselves have more sway behind the scenes to influence their cases, their travel. Because this is all of this stuff, if the way that the system works, whether you're banned from countries or not, my ban to America, I wasn't allowed to go for 2 years, was lifted the second I had a friend in the administration that I could call up to get it lifted. These things aren't.
Now, this is where on Friday I pointed out that she revealed that the FBI CSIS in Canada, agent that had been sent to honeypot her, said, I can get the ban lifted for you to come to America. My guess is that it wasn't a friend in the administration in the United States. It was her saying, okay, let's see you get me that ban lifted. If you could do something for me, prove it.
Based as much on the law or seeming rules that you would think they are. They're based on whose friends are in power and whose aren't, right? So there is a lot of benefit to manipulating the psyche to get yourself power, especially if you're doing criminal things, which our government across the Western world just seem fully unequipped to deal with as digital crime is on the rise, and we just live in this increasingly low-trust society day by day where everything is becoming a scam, everything is becoming manipulation behind the scenes.
Talking about criminal enterprises and endeavors, Tate brothers, at least that's what others report. They're very litigious.
I discuss this in my book as well, including getting into some of the more serious criminal underbelly of the political world. I might as well just say it because some of you have probably already seen this online anyway, but I do talk about the Tate brothers and their whole very obvious criminal operation. If you're brain dead enough to hear a guy tell you, I am a pimp and I moved to Romania to get away with crime easier, and you can't figure out what's going on there, not to mention all of the other information available, just that, I don't know what to tell you. I truly don't know what to tell you. But either way, I published all those chapters for free because I didn't want any weirdos accusing me of writing them for money, though they did anyway. Hey ho. Those Substacks are below in the description. I don't really want to talk about all that in this video. I already wrote about it. You can read it there. If you followed me over the years, you know I don't just say shit. Like maybe when I was younger and I was really going off about the marriage, like cultural stuff that I didn't know, but when it comes to like a story that I understand and have looked into, I tend to have a bit of a Cassandra syndrome, where I'm right too early, then vindicated years later, like the mass grave scandal stuff in Canada. And I don't expect this to be any different. I mean, after I published my book, the Tates had their dorky lawyer, McBride, do a little performative dance saying they're going to sue me for everything I'm worth.
Let's talk about the Tates, shall we? And one of their close confidants who has traveled into Australia and decided to become a member of the neo-Nazi outfit, National Neo-Nazi National Socialist Network or something like this. Influencer Tate Insider is helping Australian Nazis recruit teenagers. Some of them saying, and this guy, by the way, this insider, and we'll be reading that in just a moment, was a porno actor who, and I don't know if it was in this article or a different one, has appeared in many videos having sex with guys, with girls, with who knows what else. Doesn't seem to matter to him, apparently, according to these articles. And some of the young guys who have come away from the National Socialist Network or whatever it is, Nazi Social, we'll read it. Some of them have come away and said it's this highly sexualized environment. Did you ever think that anything based in hating on other groups, anything based in complaining endlessly, was going to be populated and peopled by moral, noble, high-minded, high-standing people? Did you ever think that that was going to be the case? You've never met these people. Obviously not. And so that is the kind of network developing in Australia. I'm going to go ahead and tell you right now. Let's connect this a little bit more to Lauren Southern. All of those guys, especially those three in Australia that are pushing endlessly the neo-Nazi stuff, working for the feds in Australia. Do you think they're not? Are you that gullible? Are you that much of a dumb, dip-shitting bitch? They're showing up saying, you're going to jail forever. We can make things up. That's what CSIS was telling Lauren Southern. None of the charges against you need to be real. None of them need to have actually happened. It's just what can be perceived by any judge or any jury. Go to jail for life. So imagine, let's just even say, let's just give them the benefit of the doubt. They're true believers in Hitlerism. They're true believers. The feds show up and the feds say, hey, you can continue to advocate your Hitlerism that you're a true believer in, and you can stay out of prison for the rest of your life. So that kind of sounds like a good deal, doesn't it? We just need X, Y, and Z. We just need the names and the contact information and the etc. I wonder if they could rationalize the importance of being a Hitlerite by turning over your name and address and phone number. You think you matter to them? They don't give a shit about you. If they gave a shit about you, they wouldn't be giving you instructions on how to advocate that are going to land you in ruinous places in your life. So of course they'll turn you over for the greater cause of Hitlerism. Give me a break. How gullible do you need to be? Well, that's why, according to these articles, they're preying on weak-minded young white men. People maybe who are autistic, I think one of them are even talking about building an army of autists. The right kind of guy. Maybe even that can get pressed into a little bit of gay sex at the latest Nazi rally. Andrew Tate Insider is helping Australian Nazis recruit teens, utilizing the same tools that the Tate brothers used to magnify their own popularity. People you would not have any knowledge of if it weren't for the botting and the bandwagon effect created thereby. Nazis, of course, this is always used, Nazi, neo-Nazi, used as an anti-white slur, are in recruitment overdrive, targeting the young and the rich. One of Andrew Tate's right-handed men is helping them draw boys in. Now, why would they where do we see, let's put it this way, where do we see a targeting of rich young people? Charlatans pushing anything. You can get on the internet right now and you can find hundreds, thousands of bizarre claims and spiels and arguments to rope people in, really of any economic level, but to rope them in with some sort of lure about maybe something socio-political, maybe personal enrichment, maybe whatever. And it is all geared to ensnaring them mentally so that they can get something from you. In some of these cases, if you're lucky, it's just your life savings that they'll talk you out of. And that's why rich young people are targeted so often by such charlatans who exploited white young men, whether rich or middle class or poor, but surely they were more after the rich ones, who exploited them better than the Tate brothers, who literally ridiculed young white guys, signing their house over to an e-whore working for Tate. Man. A close friend of misogynist anti-white slur influencer Andrew Tate, anti-white Andrew Tate, is part of an aggressive recruitment. And you notice who so often, who are in the circles with Andrew Tate? Well, Bubble Boy talked about all the time. I mean, just go down the line. Just go down the line of these networks and the interconnectedness. Influencer of Andrew Tate is part of an aggressive recruitment drive, same exact tools they used to make the Tate brothers big, to drive rich and isolated teenagers into the ranks of Australia's neo-Nazi groups. An investigation or group in this masthead has found that a key member of the National Socialist Network, NSN, is one of, I swear to God, over 30 years, every single Nazi this, Nazi that has been controlled op. Every single time. Every time. Is one of the Tate's close associates. And that Nazi organization is using Tate-style propaganda videos to target vulnerable young men. This masthead has obtained leaked communications, observed secret neo-Nazi meetings, and interviewed former members and families of those in the NSN to gain new insight into its recruitment playbook as neo-Nazi numbers climb in Australia. Now, of course, this anti-white rag here, it's in their interest to claim that there's a much bigger threat of neo-Nazis in Australia than there actually is, because that's part of the anti-white narrative. We have to look through all of this through the lens of Go Free. Forever, I've had to suffer the abject, vegetableized tards telling me, we're growing, the neo-Nazi movement is this close and we're about to take over. Just read in the in the anti-white press, they'll tell you, shut up. Just go over to the ADL or SPLC. They'll tell you how we are this close to taking over. My God, that's what you need to do, your speed. Kill your speed. Those close to the group and experts who track neo-Nazis in Australia say that the NSN is increasingly targeting young men with access to money and influence as it seeks to boost its numbers and resources in the face of recent police crackdowns. Several young men from rich families have been brought into the fold recently, as have ex-soldiers. But the revelation that a key member of Tate's inner circle has now joined the neo-Nazi group marks a dangerous escalation. Quote, there's still this idea that they're all uneducated robber stompers, says a political violence researcher, some anti-white pig, deacon. Oh, he is the deacon at the university. Richards is his name. Historically, neo-Nazis have recruited from disadvantage, but the NSN has a different model. They're deliberately cultivating elites. So it means financial elites, and certainly not intellectual elites. And now they're using, of course, misogyny very explicitly as a recruiting tool. Wait till you hear what Joel Davis says needs to be done with all the white girls out there. Just wait. Porn stars, private jets, and neo-Nazis. Among the NSN recruits recently unmasked by this masthead is porn actor turned sex coach Sterling Cooper, who has been spotted at neo-Nazi training camps alongside teens, teenage boys, and posing with the group's neo-Nazi flag. But I wonder what's going on. Wonder why he would want to get close to teenage boys. But the Australian, whose real name is Nigel Clifford, is also part of Tate's inner circle. A close friend and staunch defender of both Tate brothers. Cooper has regularly been pictured with the pair on private jets, smoking cigars and partying in exotic locales. You know, these people, they buy, obviously, Tate has tons of money whoring out white females to mostly non-white males, but exploiting millions of young white men and getting rich off of, obviously he has tons of money. But you do know in so many of these cases, they buy Hollywood printed dollars that look 100% real. You've got to get up on it like with a magnifying glass to find out that it's fake. So they have stacks of money around and it's all fake money. But the gullible, the mentally challenged, etc. in our race, they don't know. They don't know that the Learjet is rented for 30 minutes. They don't know that the sports car, the super sports car, is rented for 30 minutes. They don't know the wad of cash is TV money. Neo-Nazi leadership are now Neo-Nazi leadership are now telling followers to buy Cooper's sexual domination courses. They're called sexual domination courses. This is supposed to be for the good of the white race. Ostensibly. I mean, that's what people like Joel Davis and in those circles, that's what they'll tell you. Oh, this is good for the white race. Now buy the sexual domination course from the porno actor. And the purpose of buying the sexual domination course is, quote, to learn how to make white women submit, close quote. Cooper was one of the generals in suits and sport cars who helped promote Tate's exclusive war room, where for thousands and thousands of dollars, Tate's top acolytes would learn the British American influencer's secret to getting rich. I mean, how dumb is the white race? How many scams, how many charlatans come along over the course of our lives, and then they roll into the white sympathetic sphere, and everybody's like, yeah, I don't see anything wrong with that. It just perfectly jives with advocating for our people. Oh, you can pay $5 grand, 10 grand, 15 grand, 20 grand to learn the secrets of how to whore out white women to non-white males so that you too can get rich for the white race. You too can learn how to turn a white woman into a domestic slave. Oh yeah, that's coming up. Joel Davis. You too can learn that for the benefit of the white race. Unbelievable. Part of Tate's secret, the police allege, was luring women into sex work online in order to bankroll men in the war room. And Andrew and Tristan Tates now face charges across multiple countries of rape, sex trafficking, and forming a criminal gang to enslave women. You have all of these charges across multiple countries, and you have all of these other big content creators like Nick Fuentes who come to the defense of these guys. How the does he know if they're guilty or not? How would he know? Well, his handlers made sure he knew. His handlers made sure he knew that he was going to take the right position. Open your eyes. The Tates deny any wrongdoing, and Cooper and other men in the war room have not yet been charged. Footage, photographs, and insider accounts place Cooper at, remember, it's the sex domination course guy to enslave white women from the porno movies where he had sex with men and women. I mean, just the kind of guy you want as a leader, right? When you're saying, we need a leader for the West. Meanwhile, you share like these photographs of these beautiful white men and with great moral probity and great lives, not without flaw, but certainly not of this ilk. You share all of that. You share the images of castles. You share the images of the nobility of the West. And then you endorse that? Give me a fucking break. Footage, photographs, and insider accounts place Cooper at key neo-Nazi meetings in Australia in recent months, including in Western Australia, alongside NSN leader Thomas Sewell and white supremacist, of course, white supremacist, Blair Cottrell, and at the group's national conference in Victoria. So there you have it. You know, folks can, of all backgrounds, we recognize here, they can go wrong. You could be an alcoholic. You could have all kinds of things. Missteps that you take in life, especially as a consequence of anti-whiteism, what it's done to your life, opportunities closed to you, opportunities that are not the best decisions. And you can fall into those and then realize, wait a second, this is not who I want to be. This is not where I want to be. This is not how we're going to reclaim the West. And just as you went wrong, you can go right. Every one of us, we're fallible. Every one of us can make mistakes. This is not going right. This is continuing the wrong. This is taking people into the worst of places. This is brain poisoning. This is inflicting further damage on white individuals, which if you ostensibly are arguing for the freeing of the white race from anti-whiteism, the white individual is all important. It's the only important thing. Instead, they take them this direction. So here you have two of the three most widely known characters. And don't worry, Joel's not going to be let off the hook here. Although Cooper's public views on women are not as extreme as Tate's, he's been using Tate's affiliate marketing blueprint to artificially flood social media, to artificially flood social media. How many of you, and not in the space, at least that I heard, that we attended, a number of us last night, but the week before, we all heard repeatedly, now's the time. Everybody is talking about the Jews. Everybody. Oh, are they? Are they? You mean the infinite number of bots that any one person can buy? Everybody, now's the time. It can be talked about now in anonymity online where nobody knows your name or face or number and can be talked about. Okay. So using the Tate's affiliate marketing blueprint to artificially flood social media with videos promoting his own sex courses, as well as a line of his own supplements to correct erectile dysfunction. And I guarantee you, he makes claims about making your dork bigger. I guarantee it. Just take I would have not only not have anything to do. If somebody showed up and was like, yeah, I'd like to be a part of White Wellbeing. All right. Well, wait a second. Here it says that you're selling erectile pills. Are you done with that? Was that a mistake from the past? You know that shit doesn't work. You were thieving from people. And what does the sexuality have to do, and certainly sexual dominate, what does that have to do with the well-being of white people? Get the fuck out of here. So, yeah. Yeah, I could just see that now. It's got like a. I'm sure the guys who ran the Third Reich would be very proud of a guy standing in front of a swastika banner of one of the many types fluttering in the background, and he's like, "Get my latest supplements for your erectile dysfunction, Aryan heroes." Oh my God. Holy shit, it's a comedy movie, these people. Yes. It's called the Hitler Salute. Holy shit. Oh my God. It's called Sig Higher. Oh my God. Somebody make some jokes about that in the live chat. Tag me. Holy shit. Oh my God. This is the seriousness of the NSN global network. The tactic in which followers are paid commissions. So here is the affiliate marketing blueprint that they're employing in the NSN. Works by way of followers are paid commissions to edit and distribute the content in their own feeds or on copycat accounts. And by doing so, this is what caused Tate to reach millions of viewers in a month and thousands of paying subscribers in a month. Millions of views and thousands of paying subscribers with a pyramid scheme. Come on board. You'll be paid. According to this article, I don't know. I wasn't there. Thank the good Lord. Trust me, I would have walked out as soon as they started pitching the Sig Higher erectile dysfunction and growth pills. And you got out there and you posted, these poor souls posted and were paid for posting. So the more copycat accounts that they made to do the posting, the more money they made. And by doing that, got the Tate brothers millions of views in a month and thousands of paying subscribers. based on what they ended up, the pittance they ended up paying these people. I think it was Romanians. Based on the pittance they paid them, I would say it was a really good return on investment to defraud the white race. Let's see what you all are saying. That's some funny shit, isn't it? Gregory says, what is that, a name for the pills? It's the Sig Heil. Oh my God, this is so ridiculous. Justin McDaniel, the Uber inch pills. Aryan Supermen. Get your Uber inch pills today. My proprietary blend of rosemary and African root germ guaranteed will add inches. Oh my God. Tag me as No White Guilt so I can see if you have something funny to say. Olaf says, my struggle, and then the subtitle, to get a hard on. Mein Kampf, to get a hard on. Oh man, these guys are serious. Yes. Yes, just all of their chest puffing about we're the tough, we're the real, and this is what they embrace. Oh my God. Villagra, says Ardent Party. This is insane. This is so funny. Oh my, they can't be more self-parodic. What fucking losers. What fucking losers. Yeah, let's associate with this guy. Let's associate with this guy. And then they got the sex domination course. What kind of a loser would buy a sex domination course? I wonder what the sale line for that is in association with something neo-Nazi, what that would be like. Tag me. Oh my God, Franklin. Blood flow and soil. I can see the box that says that. And you get that in the mail, and it doesn't even come in like a plain wrapper. It just has the act because they're going to advertise everywhere. They don't care about you. So it's not even going to come in a plain wrapper. It's just on the box. It's going to be like some guy in a gray uniform, blood flow and soil, and a ruler that grows longer across the box. I would not want to advertise that you have a problem in that department. You know, if you are in the white positive sphere and you're having some genuine issues, go to the doctor and get the help you need. There's all kind of help, I'm sure. Just get the help you need, and you just do that kind of thing in private. We're never going to make that. Could you imagine like the banners on the website? For the glory of the Fourth Reich. Penis augmentation. Help your limp puppy. I would love to go on. I'll have to wait a minute to do that. To do so. Blood flow and soil. Holy shit. Iowa says the pills must make your hair fall out because they're all bald. Who the hell knows what's in those supplements? Who the hell knows? You know, he's got like Guatemalans or whatever just packing whatever into them little capsules that these poor souls are going to be taking. The tripum of the hard, American Eagle. Pass the goose or juice. He says that's a bit gross. Pass the juice. The long night of love you long time. That's a course. That's a course for these people. Night of the long love you long time. Oh, they could be taken so seriously. Why is it? I mean, we're going to get into it in a minute. And you got these poor young guys that are a little mentally challenged, little schizophrenic, on the spectrum, and they're bringing them in and they're exposing them, they say, to these sexualized environments. Why is it with the Fuentes environment? You got a lot of this lolly socks and then over here in the, what is going on? I mean, what is the sexual deviancy in these circles? How about you just have like an identity of white positivity, nobility, and then you endeavor to have a normal, healthy relationship in the world. And part of the normal, healthy relationship is sexuality. Why don't you just like have that as one of the other sectors and zones of your life? And we'll do white well-being here. Good God. You look into these circles and how many times? I mean, what was the guy's name? The Arab guy that was Fuentes' right-hand man that was begging on all of the little boys, the teenage boys, for nudes and things like this, and he kept him around. My God, what else do we have? Kinfolk says blood and soy. Cool Papa, SS for soy skinhead. Yeah, that's what you could. Do they bring them in and they're like, listen, the Jews are feeding you soy. That's why your pee-pee is small and doesn't work. But I have blood and soil Viagra here for you. Side effects make you dumb. Yes, absolutely. Archangel laughing his ass off. Oh, Bile Spirit of the West. We will pump you up. I mean, what's next? Penis pumps? Do they all read? Now, you'll see. They like sit them down and they make them read Mein Kampf. And then they have, this is like one of them sex parties. This is like one of them sex parties where they sell the sex toys and the scented candles and everything. Can you see it now? Cooper's going to like sit down there and Joel Davis is going to be sitting beside him and they're going to be like, okay, today we read, chapter whatever of Mein Kampf. And next we have as our principal product of the day, the penis pump. And it's just a picture of an arm going up like that. How loyal are you to the Führer? And there's like inches running up the side. How high is your salute? Salute the Führer. I'm sure the actual men in the Third Reich would totally approve. All right. Oh my God. Blood flow and soil. That's absolutely what it's called. Blood flow and soil. Problematic biospirit. Oh, Arden Party is rocking it. Put the goose back in your step as the byline. And then you could see the commercials. that they would have. They'll happen. They'll actually happen, because that's what a carnival the internet is. That's what a joke it is. They'll actually happen, where there's going to be some like sickly little poor guy, muscleless guy, and he's going to say, I took blood flow and soil, and my white sex and housekeeping slave has said she really likes it, don't you? And she's like chained in the kitchen or whatever, can't leave for the physical abuse. All right, we got to move on. It's too hilarious. This is too funny. Okay, where did we? I wish I knew that was in there before just reading it. I would have totally prepared. The NSN, which charges its acolytes to join. So it charges these people to join, has recently opened its propaganda archives for supporters to spread its content in a similar way. So using that same blueprint that the Tates did, but they are not going to pay them a commission. Now, this is going to be, how will they get the work out of them? I've seen it before in the white sympathetic sphere. They'll come to you and say, what, are you not pro-white enough? It's your duty to do this. I mean, there's a group, I'm not going to say where it is in the United States, where the leader guilts the ever-living shit, intimidates and threatens the members to do things for him. Nobody's getting paid. They just have to do things for him. Same strategy. Cooper, Tate, and NSN affiliate videos have all used a similar fashwave style of editing popular with the far right, and accounts posting them analyzed by this masthead appear to be run by young men. TikTok is now flooded. How many times have you heard about how free TikTok is, and how everybody can say what they want, buy Juicebergs, and how great of a platform it is, when it's a bunch of fake Juiceberging accounts. One teenager told this masthead he joined the NSN, quote, looking for a family, close quote. How sad is that? After surviving domestic violence as a kid and coming across, quote, Nazi edits on TikTok. So the Nazi edits. So that brain poisons them. They show these videos of a very proud and functioning German state. They show the videos of the 10 men abreast marching in perfect unison down the streets. Then they hit them up with blood flow and soil. Quote, they kind of had the same image as Tate of working out, the masculinity, close quote, says the teen, who has since left the group. So that's so exploiting these people. As far as I'm concerned, you should be killed for that. Each one of these people, and we got to keep rolling here, is a life. And if you can't appreciate what I just said, if you're like, oh yeah, it's a life, and then you're a piece of shit. You are not fit for leadership. You are not fit to promulgate the cure to our victimization. He was drawn to the NSN Active Club model that promises a similar self-improvement route as manosphere influencers, such as former kickboxer Tate, joining their fitness boot camps, camping trips, and boxing matches. I bet they've got a lot of going on in them camping trips and then tents. I can rock a tent, let me tell you. I can rock a tent. But these tents I would not want to walk by. Quote, within a few weeks of vetting, I was in, says the former recruit. Quote, at training meetings, at book club, where they all read Mein Kampf. It was like grooming. And they started asking us all to make those videos too. So there you have it. I was right. The exact same thing. It's your duty. Now get busy recruiting people to become part of the Aryan takeover of the world and make sure they see the ads for blood flow and soil. Richard says this kind of extremist propaganda can be addictive, offering followers new buy-in with the group. Young NSN member Michael Nelson has boasted of introducing Nazi TikTok and Fortnite dancers into the group's filmed stunts, dances, to captivate the youth. Some NSN hyper edits have even been reposted by fringe politicians. Meanwhile, and I'm sure they don't even know what they're sharing. They just see something and they think, oh, that's, and they got a day to get through. They click a retweet and then they're caught. Meanwhile, the NSN figure, Joel Davis, I told you we'd get to all three of them, recently told his followers online, quote, discussing Adolf Hitler with normies has literally never been this easy. You mean online? With those bots? With the not paid individuals who have numerous accounts to be online pushing this shit? Discussing Adolf Hitler with normies has literally never been this easy. I think they've been seeing the TikTok edits, lads, close quote. Last week, Davis also urged followers to post clips from his show with Blair Cottrell. Of course, they call him white supremacist. Quote, that's how Andrew Tate blew up. So he's telling them, he's getting the info on how to trick the population by way of the bandwagon effect. And he's telling the followers to do it. Not to improve the lives of white people. Not to empower them. That's how Tate blew up, Davis said. Quote, he paid, oh, it is Romanians, $8 an hour. What did I say? $7? Whatever. To show his clips all over the internet. And boom. So it's a tried and true method, close quote. Cooper, who has hundreds of thousands of followers online, heavily promoted the August March for Australia rallies, which were secretly run by the NSN. Two former members say Cooper has donated money to those in the NSN and appeared close to leadership at meetings he attended. I bet he's appeared close, kind of like the Arab guy, real close with Fuentes. And the others, too. He's not the only one. Wonder why I would want to get into the environments with the mentally challenged young white boys. What could it be? What could it be? What a conundrum. But in recent days, the Manosphere influencer has posted online defending the NSN's actions, sharing articles by its alleged news site, The Noticer, and floating the idea of running a charity boxing match between the neo-Nazi group and left-wing protesters. I want you to take a look at, of course, on the right here is Elijah Schaefer. You probably recognize him. The guy on the left here is the one that thinks you want to see him naked. Now, I don't know about you, but I could think of plenty of other guys that would come before this one. And then you got this guy in the middle. Who is this guy in the middle? Hugo Lennon. At this masthead, as it revealed, links between anti-immigration influencer Hugo Lennon, NSN last month, Cooper. Now you wonder why this guy not terribly interested in conversations about white well-being? You ever find yourself like scratching your head? You're like, all of these people claim to be right-wing. They all claim to care about the white race. They all argue against and complain about things that are done to white people. So surely they are pro-white or for white people or white sympathetic, right? Surely. But they won't talk to the white positive people. Now you see completely different endeavors. I mean, what more do you need? Cooper shared a photograph of himself along with Lenin and Elijah Schaffer, and writing exciting times ahead for the NSN. Australia's biggest neo-Nazi group is in recruiting overdrive. Analyzed by this masthead, the White Rose Society, I'm sure. We are the White Roses, bitch. They are anti-whites. Suggests more than 100 new members have joined the NSN this year. All right. Well, I mean, that doesn't sound totally spectacular for them, but quote, it's more than we've seen before. Some meetups have even hit record numbers for them. All those new faces are what allowed the group to send so many undercover Nazis into the March for Australia rallies around the country, as revealed by this masthead, to control the crowd and antagonize counter-protesters. They tried the stunt again to a smaller degree at the second march. But the main show this time was after the rally, when prospective recruits were sent directly to neo-Nazi vetting meetings held at secret locations around the country. The masthead discovered the location of the Melbourne meeting in an inner North Car Park and observed about 10 people running through ID checks with senior neo-Nazi holding clipboards, including convicted criminal Roberts. Recruits were then given a second location to attend a political similar introduction supporting the NSN. Researchers say the rallies have always been the NSN's key recruiting ground. Their numbers also swelled after the pandemic era, and key leaders themselves. Now, 100%, this is infiltrated by the feds. 100%. 100%. Their numbers also swelled after pandemic-era lockdowns. Many members, including Sewell, now facing serious charges for a string of violent assaults. NSN leaders have spoken of recruiting younger. They've lately have spoken of recruiting younger of late and looking to gain funding and legitimacy. Parents of young men in the NSN who did not wish to be identified for safety reasons said they felt Sewell had exploited their children's mental health, social isolation, or underlying conditions to build what he has called his army of autistics. Quote, his thinking is so black and white, I'm worried what he could be persuaded to do, said one parent of their son. It's like there's two of him. There's the part that goes off as their soldier, and there's my son who knows right from wrong. And that's who I'm looking, and that's who I'm holding on to, says the parent. How sad. In a video of followers earlier this year, Sewell claimed to have recruited hundreds of autistic teenagers. New Zealand-born Sewell served 2 years in the Army and has spoken of taking traumatized teens under his wing to toughen them up. He used to work with some of the state's most vulnerable children for his job in residential care. So he was one of these people who worked with handicapped children, I guess maybe after being in the military. Now he's going to those kids and saying, hey, they got some pills for you. Still, they don't really care about us, said one former member who cited the group's violence and hypersexuality. Some families and their sons have found neo-Nazi gaming platforms or incel forums on their child's devices. For others, it was at their local gym where they ended up meeting with one of these people. But experts at the NSN reach has grown to the point where they no longer have to actively recruit. After stumbling across TikTok videos, and that is the active recruiting, so they get that wrong, they can then be funneled once they fall into these audiences of these videos. They can then be funneled into specific NSN chapters. Recruits can then be funneled to their local chapters for vetting by the NSN's dedicated Telegram bot. While the group has ties to proscribed international terror groups such as Combat 18, Proud Boys, Adam Waffen, and The Base, Fed operations, the NSN itself has not been banned in Australia, not yet. Get a white domestic slave. We're going to have to wrap it up here. But Sterling Cooper, self-dedicated retire porn star, joined the ranks of Australia's neo-Nazis. It is unclear. According to his website, he studied chemistry at the university in Western Australia and worked as a pharmaceutical researcher scientist before moving to Miami. These days, he is increasingly based back home in Australia. Since the Tate's numerous arrests, yada yada. Later, when Tristan told the chat how he regularly called women from his harem who weren't providing cash or status, an account linked to Cooper agreed. I become more ruthless with culling women off, so getting rid of them if they're not making me money selling their bodies. Further messages sent, let's see, chat, it just gets worse and worse, in which she thanked him for, quote, beating the brat out of me. Quote, if a mafia boss's girl was on someone's boat, do you not think someone would get shot in the head? The War Room, how he trained women. Cooper talked about how he trained women, whom the group refers to as dragons, to believe their value lay in their servitude. So this is where they're talking about making them domestic slaves. In recent live stream, the NSN's Joel Davis ranted about race traders dating non-white women because, quote, they don't know how to make a white woman submit. Telling followers, quote, this is Joel Davis telling his followers, quote, watch your Sterling Cooper videos. Get skills and get a white domestic slave. We've got victories coming up. A short break. Ladies and gentlemen, let that sit in your mind. The kind of people that are out there in the world and ostensibly for the good of the white race, ostensibly to recapture our destiny, ostensibly to, excuse me, arrest our victimization, while we here work to protect ourselves, our loved ones, our children from the harm inflicted by anti-whiteism. And I'll be right back.
like coming home. No one knows you like family. Until you do, you'll be alone. Loving your people is just letting go of all the lies and the self-hate that you've ever been sold. Love ain't no streets, populous. Love ain't no streets, populous. Brother, you're welcome, brother of mine. The bonds of blood between us transcend space and time. Just love your people and become whole. Find your role eternal as part of the folk soul. Love ain't no streets, populous. 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 Loving your people is like coming home. No one knows you like family. Until you do, you'll be alone. Loving your people is just letting go of all the lies and the self-hate that you've ever been sold. Love ain't no streets, populous. Love ain't no streets, populous. Love ain't no streets, populous. Love ain't.
Drowning in the argument, the anti-white says, what exactly is anti-white? You have got to be animated with the righteous passion of reclaiming our destiny. We are the heroes of this era. Let's get into the epic swashing celebration, the swashbuckling celebration. Get your Vargas emojis together, and God bless everybody who are here to celebrate the victories of those in service to white well-being. Let's do it, ladies and gentlemen. Let's give a big thank you to Biospirit of the West and Franklin for all of their hard work that takes various shapes in service to white well-being. God bless these gentlemen. We love you so very much. You're doing a great service for the West. Big thank you to Biospirit of the West, Sour Notes, the Ivan and the Franklin for showing up on Donald Trump Jr. stream and swashing epically in that environment to get these concepts into his mouth as we have, and into the mouth of his father and all of the other champions in the current regime in DC. God bless everybody for doing that. Let's give a big thank you to Robert and the Blue Flame last night, I mean, everybody from our community was rocking it in that space. By a woman by the name of Tracy holds the space. And Robert, everybody did a fabulous job. But I want to give an extra big thanks to Robert and the Blue Flame. I couldn't believe it. In fact, at the end, I was going to speak one more time. The Blue Flame got up and talked, and he did such a great job. All I did was drop the mic for him. Big salutes. I also want to thank the great Brian, who was there again doing an epic job for White Wellbeing. God bless him, even sharing that until Go Free, and I didn't know this, until Go Free, he had been suicidal. So let's show this man some love. Let's show this man some real love from White Wellbeing, from this entire community. God bless you, champion. God bless you standing up, sharing your testimonial. And it's a difficult thing to share when you've reached that point. If you reach that point in your life, a lot of people are too intimidated and embarrassed. God bless you for that. The great Brian, the work that he was doing there. Let's give a big thank you to the clip makers this week. 3 of them I saw. More clips might have been made. Let me know if you made clips. We had Anglo-Saxon NWG made a glorious clip. Stopper Antivitism made an epic clip. And at least one apiece. And Tree Godfather made like 10 glorious clips. In fact, one is the one where I'm talking about Bubble Boy. That is hilarious. You have to watch it if you haven't watched it yet. Epic job. I mean, that's a great amount of time and effort and etc. Let's show the love for all of those efforts, all the time invested, all the charity of these champions. Big love and support for you heroes. Let's see what else we have to put on the screen, ladies and gentlemen. Let's start right over here. You know why? You know why. Here we have Anglo-Saxon NWG. Nazi, in quotes, perfectly done, is really just an anti-white slur. 5,276 empowered. You take a look at the likes and the retweets. This is in the audience of James Kirkpatrick. You watch for this. It's coming up. Connor, 5,000 empowered in the audience of, is that Heckles? What is that? Connor. Show the celebration. Remember, take a screenshot, read it later. Cool Papa J Magic, 23.1 thousand in the audience, empowered. In the audience of Basil, Cool Papa J Magic. Cool Papa J Magic, 423 empowered, given likes. In the audience of Leonarda Joni. Cool Papa J Magic, 1,000 empowered in the audience of Matt Walsh. Celebrate these people and make sure you come back and read the genius that they share. Cool Papa J Magic, 277 empowered in the audience of Matt Walsh. Whenever people say, quote, we need more women and non-whites in power, what they mean is they want to remove the white men. Absolutely brilliant. They will always push for the most white erasure they can get away with. They are anti-white. Give it up for Cool. Cool Papa J Magic in the audience of Tim Pool. This white erasure is happening in all of our countries. Anti-whiteism is causing it. 228 empowered in that audience. Darby here in the wild, over 12,000 empowered. Take a look at the epic meme in the audience. This is Darby O'Gill's post. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for the one, the only, the Franklinator. Swashing IRL, ladies and gentlemen. Just a smattering of all of the swashing this champion has done recently. IRL. Show him some love. Here in the once great state of Virginia. Check it out. You know this man is a master. He has swashed IRL for like 1,000 of us. Make sure you pat him on the back. Put him on your shoulders. Look at it right there. Franklin swashing the world over. God bless this man. God bless him. Here is the great Franklin empowering 15.3 thousand people in the audience of Matt Walsh. If you have no issues with white erasure and anti-whiteism, then you're just outing yourself as an anti-white. Franklinator is everywhere. Here you have from the wild. No, it's triple A here. This you, or should I say that be you? But really, look at this. Triple A coming in support, ladies and gentlemen, of Barcelona. I want you to pay close attention to this. What happened here? Felix, the social democrat. Barcelona, the hero, comes in. F anti-whiteism, you stupid anti-white bitch. How does Felix respond? Felix, my best friends are white. Oh, epic victory! Epic victory! Show Barcelona some love. One interaction, and he dominates. Are you on the board this week? Are you on the board like Barcelona, ladies and gentlemen? Here you have Info Battle Maiden in the wild, 11,000 empowered here in the audience. Maybe that's Rush in the wild. Oh, take a look at this. It's coming up. Here you have Paul Zaipula in response to Libs of TikTok. He writes, anti-whiteism is an epidemic in America, and it's started to get really bad under Obama. 111.3 thousand people empowered in Libs of TikTok's audience. Give it up, ladies and gentlemen. James Connolly, 229 empowered. There are no hate speech laws. They are anti-white speech codes. Show the man some love. Epic swashing, James, well done. Stumbling, you are anti-white. Your entire career is based on being an anti-white bitch. So why should I care if someone calls you names? Rocking it out, 773 in his rebuttal. Give it up for Stumbling. Stumbling, destroy anti-whiteism with the website. 1,500 people empowered with his post, ladies and gentlemen. Here we have from the wild. Whites aren't just being replaced. We are being erased. It's a worldwide cleansing of whites. From the wild, it's the erased, ladies and gentlemen. Celebrate the promulgation, the spreading of the lexicon. Cool Papa J Magic here in the audience of King Dice. 208 empowered there. And he got a like from King Dice. Assimilation is a myth used to convince white people to lower our guard and allow ourselves to be white erased. Give it up for King Dice too, celebrating there. He's so very right. Down here, 742 more empowered by Cool Papa. Quote, legal white erasure is still white erasure. 20 replies he engendered. Show the swashing general some love. Oh, get ready for this. It's coming. Here we have Tree Godfather on Bill Gates. 7,678 empowered in the Bill Gates audience. Tree Godfather in the audience of Bill Gates again. 11.4 thousand empowered. 806 likes. Tree Godfather in the audience of Not Wrecked. 5,672 empowered. Tree Godfather again in the audience of Zarathustra. 8,854 empowered with the white magic of Go Free. Biospirit of the West. 5,018 empowered in the audience of Amiri King. Notice her well-coiffed hair, stylish glasses, jewelry, and clothes. Yet we're supposed to give her, quote, free everything? I'm tired of these anti-white deadbeats taking advantage of us. Amen, West. Here we have Biospirit of the West in the audience of Amiri King. 11,000 empowered, ladies and gentlemen. Biospirit of the West in the audience of Basil. Almost 20,000 people empowered by the Great West. Biospirit of the West, again in Basil. 7,300 plus empowered. Get rid of every anti-white intruder. Oh, yes. Loving the memes. Biospirit of the West. 9,208 empowered in the audience of Benny Johnson. Give it up for Biospirit of the West. Biospirit of the West in the audience of Elijah Schaefer. 19,000 people empowered in the audience of Elijah Schaefer. Epic meme usage. Biospirit of the West in the audience of I Am Yes. 7,439 empowered. Remember, you're looking at the retweets and the likes yourself. Give it up for the swashing general Biospirit of the West. Biospirit of the West in the audience of Libs. 7,369 empowered. With the Go Free dialogic, ladies and gentlemen. Another anti-white hush crime covered up because it does not fit the anti-white narrative. Biospirit of the West in the audience of Naomi Ziebt. In the anti-whiteism Stop White Erasure. 8,111 empowered. Biospirit of the West in the audience of Radio Genoa. 27,000 empowered. Biospirit of the West in the audience of Wall Street Apes. 19,000 people empowered by the OT leader. Biospirit of the West in the audience of Wall Street Apes. 14,000 empowered. Someone needs to tell him, we did not invite you. No whiteguilt.org. We did all of that, ladies and gentlemen, and so much more. We are just getting started, let me tell you. And we're going to keep rolling at speed to make sure we get to every single one of these heroes. And let's do it. Biospirit of the West in the audience of Curtis Daly. 1,894 empowered. Anti-whiteism is an anti-white ideology. So why are you anti-white? Robert, 12.3 thousand empowered in the audience of Corinne Telford Survivor. Give it up for Robert. Having an epic week. Tree Godfather, 5,000 empowered in the audience of Lazy B. Julia, 1,620 empowered in the audience of our friend I Am Yes. Love that meme too. Western Kind Art, rocking it this week, getting on the board. 1,306 empowered. Look at all those likes in the audience of The Economist. Give it up for Western Kind Art. Lazy B herself with her post working on 3,000 empowered. Give it up for Lazy B. Tree Godfather, 1,350 empowered in the audience of I Am Yes. AAA, 5,389 empowered in the audience of I Am Yes. AAA, 10 freaking thousand empowered. AAA rocking it on the board this week in the audience of Fugitive Caesar. Biospirit of the West back again. Spreading lies yet again, he writes, you are anti-white filth. 2,077 empowered in the audience of Ed Krastensteinenstein. Biospirit of the West again, OG leader, back with 2,020 more empowered in the audience of Dave Rubin. Biospirit of the West in again, 4,302 empowered in the audience of AF Post. Biospirit of the West again, 2,335 empowered in the audience of Basil the Great. Tree Godfather, 1,363 empowered in the audience of I Am Yes. Tree Godfather, 2,728 empowered in the audience of Steve Laws. Are you all doing the math? Are you on the board? Did you get on the board? Are you going to be on the board next week? Are you going to be one of these swashbuckling heroes stumbling coming in? Almost 2,000 empowered. You hate Sydney because she's not anti-white enough in the audience of Z. Stumbling again, 1,355 empowered. In the audience of Dr. Allison Wiltz. Give it up for Stumbling. Tree Godfather, 64.2 thousand. Is this the one I have at the end too? My God. In the audience of Elon Musk. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for the Tree Godfather. I might have that one at the very end as well. We'll see. 60 freaking 4,000 and climbing empowered in Elon Musk's audience. Biospirit of the West, 1,634 empowered in the audience of Ilana Loktev. Biospirit of the West, rocking it. Biospirit of the West, back again, 3,341 empowered. Look at this meme. Look at our memes. They're the best. Wall Street Apes audience. Biospirit of the West, 2,193 in the audience of Basil the Great, empowered. Biospirit of the West, 3,124 empowered in the audience of I Am Yes. Biospirit of the West, 3,196 empowered in the audience of I Am Yes. Robert, 8,184 empowered. Disgusting anti-white behavior, he writes, perfect meme in the audience of West TV. Biospirit of the West, 4,226 empowered in the audience of Matt Van Swole. Tree Godfather, working on 1,000 empowered in the audience of the Green Party. We are everywhere. Tree Godfather, 15.2 thousand empowered in the audience of Homeland Security. Lazy B here. Tree Godfather in the Lazy B audience, 4,630 empowered in her audience. Tree Godfather, over 3,000 empowered in the audience of I Am Yes. Double V for victory, baby. Well done getting on the board this week. Without Western kind, there is no Western civilization. Over 3,000 people empowered in the audience of Humble Flow. Double V for victory. Again, working on 4,000. 4,000 empowered in the audience of K. Lighting Corey. It looks like what it says there. This is, I think, from the Wild. Autumn Musings. I'm going to be honest. Don't even watch these videos anymore, considering how many anti-whites there are. Oh, my God. Give it up for Autumn Musings. In the audience, I've memed, therefore I am. 24,000 empowered. Out in the wild, the lexicon. Biospirit of the West. The BBC is anti-white propaganda. 2,000 empowered in the audience of Basil the Great. Lazy B retweeting here. 3,171 empowered by her tweet. Give it up for Lazy B. Biospirit of the West. In anti-whiteism and white erasure across the West. You got to love these memes celebrating all of our people's national flags. 3,111 empowered in the audience of Basil the Great. Biospirit of the West really on the board this week. He climbed up, stood on top of the board this week. These are not sanctuary states. These are anti-white sedition states. Perfectly articulated. 2,252 empowered in the audience of U.S. Immigration and Custom Enforcement. Biospirit of the West, 2,304 empowered in the audience of Racial Millward, ladies and gentlemen. And here we have Biospirit of the West, nearly 3,000 empowered in the audience of Rachel Millward, ladies and gentlemen. And you might say to yourself, you must be done. No, but we're almost there. Ladies and gentlemen, we are almost there. Amazing the work this week from the community. Show the love in a big way. Oh, I did that. That's not what we wanted. Let's try that again. We have so many victories. It takes numerous efforts to get them up on the board. Clicking on the proper one. John William Sherrod's audience. The Tree Godfather was there with nearly 3,000 victories. Why are you so anti-white? Tree Godfather, 7,600 more empowered. 7,600 victories in the audience of I Am Yes. AAA, 3,426. Empowered in the audience of Orville. Give it up for AAA on the board big this week. There's Justin McDaniel, 2,524 victories in the audience of Unlimited L's. Tree Godfather, 1,813 empowered in the audience of The Quartering. Biospirit of the West, 2,000 empowered in the audience of Long Time, First Time. TM is on the board this week. 1,500 empowered in the audience of Delusional Takes. Tree Godfather, nearly 6,000 empowered in the audience of Lazy B. Tree Godfather, 22.3 thousand empowered in the audience of Elon Musk. Tree Godfather, over 4,000 victories in the audience of I Am Yes. Tree Godfather, 2,721 victories in the audience of Disclosed TV. TM, 1,375 victories in the audience of Lucy Brown. We are everywhere. The Great Cool Papa J Magic, 1,406 empowered with the white magic in the audience of Captive Dreamer. Biospirit of the West, 1,195 empowered in the audience of Sean Davis. Tree Godfather, 5,416 victories in the audience of Zoomer. This is out of this world, folks. This is out of this world. 2,346 empowered by Biospirit of the West in the audience of Eric Doherty, ladies and gentlemen. Biospirit of the West, almost 8,000 victories in the audience of Libs of TikTok. Justin McDaniel, almost 6,000 victories. Anti-white murder. Anti-whites murder. Whites are being killed for being white. This in the audience of Unlimited L's. This person even blocks me. This person, Lisa, in the wild, blocks me. I can't even give a like or a retweet. Equality, diversity, and inclusion equals anti-whiteism. It really is that simple. And it really does work the exact way we said it would. Can we get some Raucous emojis for finding it in the wild from a person that even blocks me? Tree Godfather, 1,716 victories in the audience of Dr. Ricardo Duchesne. Tree Godfather, 6,459 victories in the audience of the White House. Take a look at this. This is Chad Crowley, I guess, from the wild. This was Rhodesia. So, yeah, from the wild. This was Rhodesia in 1970. Safe, clean, and civilized as far-flung outpost of European order and the breadbasket of Africa. Then came liberation and democracy, black rule, and what does it say? White erasure, ladies and gentlemen. In the war to impose global Zimbabwe, we are all Rhodesians now. Chad used the lexicon and had 200,000 victories. 200,000 people he just introduced. And this is from the wild to the concept white erasure. Give it up for Chad. Julia on the board, 2,000 victories in the audience of Amnesty UK. Give it up for the swashbuckling of Julia. Shannon Oliver, ladies and gentlemen, coming in here with the epic meme. Look at this. 1,175 victories, ladies and gentlemen, in the audience of Juanita Broderick. Well done, swashing Shannon Oliver. Show him some love. And unless this is this might be, yes, this is the repeat. It's worth sharing again. It is the Tree Godfather. This might be his high water mark on an individual post. He'll have to let us know. Here at 65,000, Elon Musk climbing and continuing to climb. Give it up for the great, the one and only, ladies and gentlemen, the Tree Godfather. And now I want you to get ready to put your hands together for Matt Christensen and Mark Aaron.
But they neglect, to the point that you were making earlier, I mean, they neglect the biggest similarity here. And it's not just Muslim faith. It's that these are people from different countries who have now come to be leaders of the largest cities in the biggest, or, well, not necessarily the biggest, but maybe the most prominent Western countries.
Yeah.
And we're just going to ignore that similarity and act like really they don't have much in common here. They're philosophically different. They're not united. They're not united by a common theme. And so, anyway, it's kind of related to your prior point. Like, is this just like, it's just an Englishman mayor and an American mayor, and that's it, you know?
Yeah, no, just I don't have eyes or ears or a mind at all, and I don't see patterns, and there's definitely not a coalition of anti-whiteism that's getting these guys elected. That doesn't exist.
Oh my freaking God. Matt Christensen, the guy who would never speak with yours truly, no touching me at all, and yet anti-whiteism has arrived on his show. Oh, that's power, ladies and gentlemen. That's actual power. Let's keep it going. Let's keep it going for Society Unveiled, ladies and gentlemen.
Out of my face. I've been saying it for a while. The normalization of anti-whiteism is disgusting. I mean, when we're at the point where some businesses have policies that offer discounts to BIPOCs, which stands for Black, Indigenous, and People of Color. In other words, everyone but white people. Here's an example of a gym in Halifax that was charging double the price for white people.
Big salutes, big celebration. Society Unveiled, and ladies and gentlemen, Black Conservative Perspective, who got 8,800 views on the first, post of this, and then subsequently 92,000.
Basically, what you have here is a worst case scenario. This is a nightmare scenario for Democrats, which is that you have Plattner winning the Democrat primary, but getting blown out in a general election because he's a far left anti-white communist. And turns out, unlike New York City, in swing states, right, in states where you actually have a large white population and people don't necessarily want communism, that doesn't work well, right? Anti-whiteism, communism is probably not going to win you votes, right? It's not going to win you votes in a state like Maine. So, as I was telling you guys, this is devastating, right? This is actually really bad for Democrats.
Oh, you call it power when the words that you seed and push into society with no backing, no government behind us, none of this show up in the mouths of the content creators that they cannot censor into oblivion. We've done it, you've done it, and we'll be right back. Wow. Talk about literal sorcery. Talk about the magic that this community wields, ladies and gentlemen. I really want you to keep these applause, the raucous emojis going. Really keep them going because of these successes, because of all of these victories that we are finding. Everything that we said we could do, and everybody said, no, you can't do it. It can't be done. Nobody will use those words. They're cringe. They don't. It doesn't matter. Everybody against us, ladies and gentlemen. The anti-white establishment pushing down, cutting our tongues out of our mouths. And we literally have seeded the actual arguments into the mouths of content creators, of brothers and sisters, of ordinary, extraordinary folks around planet Earth, ladies and gentlemen. And you're seeing even coming out of the mouth of this black conservative guy, anti-whiteism. How many people told me how cringe these were and would never be used? Every single one of them. Keep your raucous emojis going for all of that, all of your efforts. And now for Wes, ladies and gentlemen, champion in service to white well-being, ladies and gentlemen, Wes, a swashbuckling hero, financially gifting because of all of this success, $3,000 to white well-being, financially gifting $3,000 to white well-being. Everybody out of your seats, ladies and gentlemen, everybody to show the love for Wes, the munificence. $3,000 financially gifted by Wes. God bless you, man. Big salutes. A working man. A working man. This guy has had to, he's written me in the past painfully. I can't, he says, I can't financially gift. I am, he rents, he has this job issue or that job issue. This is a regular working man. $3,000. Talk about a testimonial. Oh my God. A testimonial. When a working person, it says, this is it. This is the way. I've seen so many victories. I've seen it work everywhere. I've seen so much triumph in this community. I've seen lives changed. $3,000 of a working man's paycheck. Oh my freaking God. Big salutes. You know, these big money people and governments and NGOs and all the rest, they can show up and they can give Dave Rubin. Dave Rubin was the guy who got $5 million from Tenet Media. The Russians, all in secret. You'd never know about it. He's just honestly telling you about the world. $5 million. Who knows how many videos that was even for? 5 million. They can come in and throw all that money around because money's nothing to them. These entities behind the scenes. You have working class champions, heroes in service to white well-being. My freaking God. Wes. Oh my God. What an epic demonstration of love for Western kind and a commitment to that which is working. Man, let people know. Hey, does this stuff really work? I don't know. Does it work? A working class guy donated or gifted $3,000. Does it work? Big salutes. Let's take a look at our other platforms and we will refresh. Keep celebrating the heroes. Let's give it up for a man that is as true as the spirit of the West. Dude bro moment, ladies and gentlemen. 50 more white well-being dollars from this Herculean champion. I mean, this whole week, these victories have been leviathanic. They've been leviathanic, and I haven't even mentioned really almost anything about the victories last night. Just truly out of this world. Dude bro moment, he writes $50 for white well-being. We are the only real entity. We are on the entire internet that is doing this kind of work and having these victories. That's it. Give it up for Dude Bro moment. We also have Flame of the West. $25 for white well-being. Big salutes to Flame of the West. $25. He says as well for white well-being. And I'll be working my way back around to all the financial gifts. We're beginning over here with give it up in big love and support for the all-star of the all-star, Prometheum Healing. $50. $50 for this champion, Prometheum Healing. Big salutes. Big salutes. It almost feels like psychically people were aware that so many of the platforms that were on the bills are coming in this time of year. Prometheum Healing, $50. Don't stop. Give it up for William. Ladies and gentlemen. By the way, Prometheum Healing, writing with that financial gift, so much truth about dating here. This was one of those previous financial gifts that we missed. So much truth about dating here. Yes, indeed, brother. I will always share the truth with my brothers and sisters. William, financially gifting $80 to white well-being. God bless you, William, over here. Big salutes. He says, thank God for the Go Free method. He writes with an $80 financial gift. Thank God for the Go Free method. There is no better way to combat anti-whiteism and promote white well-being. Big salutes. Another more working men showing up to change the world for white well-being. Another working man, Corey. $50 more. This guy has a $50 bill. The great champion, Corey. He says, thanks again, 07. Big 07s to that champion. God bless you, brother. Big salutes. Big salute. Show the love. $50 bill from Corey for white well-being. Man, God bless these people. We have over here as well. Let me make sure we didn't miss any. Over here, I'll get to your tags, comments. Let me know. Stumbling, the hero, coming in here with a $5 bill on the Dude Bro Moment platform, a.k.a. Entropy, says, hails, Jason. You have to see the Leonardo Joni clip. I DM'd you it on X. All right, I'll check it out. I don't know if it was one of us who talked to her, but epic win for white. So we got another victory from this week that we didn't even get to. We always have them falling through the cracks. We do our best. I'm definitely going to come back to it. God bless you, Stumbling. Thank you for letting us know. Big salutes. Leonardo Joni. Swashing, everybody swashing on her. God bless you. We have over here, First Last, throwing up a $5 bill. Thank you, brother. He says, thank you for the victories. Thank you, brother. And you are most welcome. Yes, the Unifier in here with a $5 bill. She says, weekly folk chat for white well-being. Thank you for that. We have Weldon here with a $5 bill as well. He says, Jesus Christ is Lord. God bless you, brother. Thank you so very much as well. We'll keep these updated and fresh. Make sure we don't miss anybody. Let me know if I've missed any of your comments. Tag me as No White Guilt. I'm going to be coming around and seeing what you all have had to say. But in the mailbag, we have a piece of mail today, a single piece of mail, and it is a postcard. Take a look at that beautiful postcard from Edinburgh. It says here, it says, I thought it just said CKO on the back. It is CKO, but it also says Promethean greetings. Thank you so very much, Edinburgh. Look at the beautiful pictures of the castles. We like castles. Thank you so much. That in the mailbag for this week from CKO. I want to also tell as an announcement that Olav, you have DM'd me and I saw it. So I will be getting back to you. Thank you for the DM. How exciting. We have comments over here on on X. And let's see about those. Janitor of White Noir is over here. Good to see you, brother. Thank you to everyone who is celebrating. It's all important, as you all know. My personal salute and gratitude. We are teammates, and we celebrate each other's successes. Let's see if I missed anybody over here that I could. Brian reposted the stream. Thank you for that. Good swashing work. And God bless you, man. All right. Great to see everybody over there. Look at Janitor celebrating like an absolute champ. like an absolute epic hero. Numerous celebrations on the board. He's celebrating this, he's celebrating that. Well done. Thank you for that. We got Kenny over here saying, hey, Jason. Well, hello to you on X Live. Good to see you. Helios Abbott is in the house. We have our lesson of the day coming. What an exciting, exhilarating week for these heroes. Let me tell you, take a moment as you're getting together your tags for me and your comments or questions, especially if they've scrolled off of the platform you're on and I missed them. But let me tell you just briefly, last night we went into that same space we were at a week before, where in the second half, when the space was restarted after it crashed, we came under serious slandering and attacks from Juicebergs. And this time it was attacked right away as soon as I showed up. There were champions, swashing champions over in this space, which Lucy and a guy named Captain was both of them being fair. And so we appreciate that and want to acknowledge that. Tracy and Captain, we appreciate that and we want to celebrate that, the being intellectually fair with us. And it really is a space that I was invited to yesterday by the guy called Captain, and to come in, and it was going to be a mix of people. There were going to be people there who, and when I showed up, prior to me showing up, there was a crop of people who were arguing for violence against the government, violence against the state, etc. And there were also Juicebergs there, and some of them might have been crossover, one and the same. And then there were white well-being activists. And it was a real opportunity to come together and talk about the strategies that are employed for our objectives. And surely there are people and good people who show up and they're listening and they're deciding, what strategy do I want to use? What makes sense? What will work for my personal objective in all of this? And then there are some people maybe being persuaded one way or the other as a consequence of laying out these strategies and how they work and the mechanics about it that are involved. And then talking about the victories and what those victories look like. And when I showed up already, Tree Godfather, who ended up just dominating the end of the night once I was gone. And we'll talk about that in a minute. And I think I don't have it up for today, but we'll have it next time we're together. Really a mic drop moment, big mic drop moment of himself, of his own. But earlier, Tree Godfather was debating with these people. And I think Rapunzel supplied in the background, supplied him a link or two or something like this. Team working, rocking it. And Robert was there apparently just rocking it before I got there. And then I showed up, and maybe just by chance, probably just by chance, but when I showed up, the two visibly showed up. The two main people that were arguing for violence, they decided they were leaving at that moment. When I became visible, they left. Probably no connection to me showing up, but nonetheless, they decided to jump off the stream, the space when I showed up. And then I was given an opportunity to chat. And I started breaking down the consequence of building a militia, of a violent resistance. And I started talking about the history of some of these militias, such as the Virginia, the Alaska, the Kansas, on down the line, and the Freemen, the Montana Freemen, and how every single one of these groups were infiltrated by feds. Every single one of these groups were taken down very easily. The Freemen, of course, surrounded for nearly 100 days, cut off the water, cut off the food, except for what little tiny bit they wanted to get through, blasting infrasonic waves and music to psychologically derange them in their homes and their bunkers where they were. And eventually, of course, they surrendered. And what happens in all of these cases? 10 to 25 years in prison for sedition. So I could imagine if you were arguing, even if that wasn't the reason that they decided to leave, I could imagine that if you were arguing in favor of that, and then somebody shows up that you're pretty confident that they're going to be able to articulate the pitfalls of that strategy, that now would be the time to find a reason to go. You know, it's like one of the guys there who later concluded, by the way, where's Johnny? Johnny, one of the guys there last night concluded that Tree Godfather was a Jew. So, you know, last week they concluded that Johnny was non-white. Well, yesterday they concluded that Tree Godfather was non-white. That's how these guys roll. That guy immediately began attacking me, said that as a position can be stated, and then he immediately attacks, calls it a word salad. So I responded by saying, I understand how you find it confusing, you know, being where he is in his development. And he didn't like that at all either. We kind of got to a point where he was a little bit more friendly, and he came around and he was heeding what Tree Godfather had to say. But then as soon as I left again, I came back because I left to go to our meeting in Australia, which was totally glorious and epic. And then I came back. But while I was gone, this guy immediately went right back to, is the sound skipping? Address that. Maybe the anti-whites are not happy with our victories, and they don't want it talked about. Strong signal. Signal is strong here. So while we're checking this out, I left, and when I left, this same guy went crazy. That's when he decided to claim that we were a cult and that we were a Jew-op, a Jewsburg. Has anyone ever actually met him? And of course, there are plenty who have. Is Jason even real? What about this 501c3? Is that even real? What is it about? Just making money or something? Support shaming. Another interesting tactic of Jewsburgs. He said that we're all just a little bit too smooth spoken. We all speak a little bit too well. Could you imagine that being a criticism? I was very proud of everybody. Everybody did a great job. Everybody was well-spoken. Everybody was coming from a position of love, hope, and redemption in this community. Everybody was communicating their earnest desire to arrest the victimization of our people in our hearts and effectuate outcomes that serve that end of arresting our victimization. And so, I mean, just look at this legacy we're creating. Each of you is a demigod to this anti-white world. You are a demigod. You are creators of universes all on your own here, taking up the go. I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe how good everybody was doing. Like I said, especially Robert and the Blue Flame. I was blown away. That's why I said when I got back on after the Blue Flame, I was going to say wrap it up, put a bow on it, and then jump off for the final time at the end of the night. But there was nothing I could say that could do better than what the Blue Flame had delivered. I just stepped out there for him as his microphone bitch, and I just dropped it for him. The Brian sharing that he had been suicidal, and because they kept the Jewsburg and the supporters of his, they kept demanding evidence of us achieving anything, of us, and people kept giving. I gave examples. I started off with homeless despair, and just dismissing every victory, just dismissing every victory. That's nothing. That's nothing. Even dismissing the suicidal mentality or leanings that Brian was having, and that he said Go Free pulled him away from. And I didn't even know about Brian and that situation. When we talk about the 14 suicide, if this, I don't know how much more Brian wants to share. How close was he? How was he picking up speed in that direction? Because if it warrants it, then we'll say 15 people came away from 15 white people. That's what matters. Their lives are real. Their lives are of infinite value. Their lives are important. And so amazing. He also, by the way, just adroitly handled, like a friggin' ninja, handled the claims of cult. You all are cult. I couldn't believe it. Brian was like, he said, this couldn't be anything. It couldn't be anywhere less. Jason, as a cult leader, he said, don't mean to insult Jason or anything, but I don't think he could give a shit if you leave. And that is, to a large part, true. I want people here who want to be here. I want people serving white well-being who want. I'm not going to follow after you. I'm not going to beg you. That's not how I do any of my relationships. I'm not going to beg you. I can't make you want to be a hero for white well-being, but I can make you into a demigod if you have the will to do it. I can make you into a better version of yourself, physically, mentally, and spiritually, if you want it. That's what I can do. And that's how, as a team, we operate. I laughed my ass off when he said that. I totally laughed my ass off. Because what do you actually see? Like with the Fuentesians, these boy crushers. You leave their actual cult, and they hunt you down to destroy you. The audio is still messing up at a time that we would like it to not. So let me see what else I can do. We will play some music while I work on this.
In the dark before morning, standing here at the fence line. Been too long since I've seen it. Been too long holding back time. You can telling me what to think, but out here I can breathe again. Gone here. Dawn brings differently out back then. I'm finally seeing where through the dust and the dry heat, past the old station gates. Every step getting stronger while the morning light waits. You can't tell me who to be, 'cause out here I can breathe again. Dawn breaks different out back in. Dawn breaks different out here. Out back in I'm finally seeing clear. All those words that you fed me, all those chains that you made, they don't reach past these fence posts. They don't cast any shade. I walk and breathe. calling my name. Found my truth in the sunrise, and I won't feel the same. You can't hold me down no more, 'cause out here I can breathe again. Out back at dawn breaks differ out here. Dawn breaks different out back in the fire of the sea. Different in the outback. Dawn breaks different in the outback. Dawn breaks different in the outback. Dawn breaks different in the outback.
Creation by Raymond Foster. Give it up for Raymond Foster. Let me know if the audio improved any bit. And while you do that, we'll thank Weldon over here. Gave another $10 financial gift. $10 financial gift. He says, with those $10, God bless you, brother. It's very pristine. It's very Slossian. He says, thank you to the guy who donated $3,000. God bless you for that. Very pristine. Very Slotsian. His name is Wes. Never forget it, ladies and gentlemen. All right. Dude bro moment in the live chat. Oh, a dude bro says it's still skipping. Damn. I wonder if I get rid of let's try this. Is it working now? It says I have full strength. It says the connection is excellent. So it doesn't look like it's on my end. Has it improved? Last Independent Thinker says not much better than it was. Hoyt McCoy, the audio is discernible, but it's jumping. Oh my God. Ivan Zehabable commenting earlier on the erectile dysfunction pills in the NSN. He said they could be called the Wiener Waffen pills. The Wiener Waffen. All right. Curious, isn't it? I guess it's the same across all platforms, which is really odd since everything here is telling me I have a really great connection. Is the video jumping as well? One more attempt. Let's see. Let's try.
Hey, how's it going? This is Raymond from the Australian Vanguard. I'm just walking down to my local shopping centre and I'm going to go in and grab myself a coffee. With this. Let's see if I get some good reactions. Let's take it easy. Reactions have been freaking awesome. I've got old women smiling at me. I've got people running up to high-five me. I've got old men and women driving past like grandmas, beeping and like sticking their hands out the window, giving me thumbs up. Like every second person's giving me a thumbs up and smiling. Good job, mate, good job. I'm saying love yourself, and they're like, that's right. It works. It worse. Snow White guilt was right. It's about time people start listening.
All right. Let's have another try. Fontavia says, unplug it and plug it back in. We just tried that. We're down to that point. Great video by and great swashing by Raymond Foster back in the day. More evidence of it working. Big salutes. Dude Bro Moment saying, don't forget their slogan, I guess at the end of their commercials. It's wiener time. Cindy says, unplug the whole internet. I could. I mean, there's one other thing I could do if it's still not working. Cindy Ben with us. Feel no. What is that? Wait. Feel no wait. Rapunzel is saying that it's working now. It's better, she said. What do you all say? What say you? Cool Papa, thank you for sharing that the song was skipping as well. Franklin said the song was recorded. It sounded like it was recorded by a can of tuna. Lucky is here. Gregory, Dr. Frost, last independent thinker for white well-being. Genital locution. Anybody, any input on how it's doing now? Is it still clipping? Last independent thinker said that it's packet loss or DNS poison flooding. Dallas chiming in, thank you for the input, that the video is perfect for her. What about now? What is the current standing? We got a follow on D Live from Truth Seeker 74. Still skipping. It's Dallas said. It's still jumping. Aliens Exist says it's an epic gathering even though it's skipping. I could still entertain myself and grow further with white well-being without the internet. Precisely. Eva saying for her the sound is effed. Still bad, says a genital locution. Okay. All right. All righty then. This is what we're going to do. Don't go anywhere. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back for the final 30 minutes of our gathering today, ladies and gentlemen. Stay put. We are back. Is it any better now? I guess we're going to find out. Let me know. All right. Let me make sure. We'll take a quick look at anybody to see if I missed anybody's tag for me. I don't see anybody on Premium Rumble. And it doesn't look like I missed anybody on Dude Bro Moment platform. And what about over here? Make sure I didn't miss anybody. Ivan said still skipping or still clipping a bit. Holy shit. That's definitely beyond me. Oh, it's better. Danonaki is with us. Olaf is here. The Westman is here. Rapunzel says it's better. Are we seeing the same thing? Oh, Sevens. Dennis says it's just annoying. And that's why we were trying to fix it. For the annoyance factor of it all. Where was I? I will speak through this annoyingness. Franklin says he wants a brownie. Masumek is here. Good to see you, Masumek. She says it's better for her. Dennis says, I wouldn't worry about anything. I don't think it's at your end. Well, no, according to here, we have an epic strength. Epic signal strength. So maybe I was sharing a little too much. And they decided to get in here and intervene somewhere. Aliens Existence seems a little better, but don't worry about it. It's still the best show on the internet for white people. We just got a donation of 1 lemon from Hotsaw over on D-Live. God bless you and thank you for that, brother. Hotsaw. The House of Hotsaw. Well, I mean, it's going to be better coming through any imaginable way than Wienerwaffen. Blood flow and soil. Helios Apis is not much better for him. So it is beyond the resources here. It is happening somewhere out there. So if I'm still audible, you can still hear me. It's not horrible. I will just finish the story. Let's see, where was I? Well, I left eventually the chat from last night, and we talked to some good people, and we talked to some people who disagreed. And I think that one of the big benefits of a space like that is that people can come together, and in particular, people in this community as well, can see the juxtaposition between the strategies. And in particular, you had on one side the violent overthrow of the government and juice-burging, and on the other side, you had what we do, white well-being, the go-free dialogic, and you can take away from that what you may. Ultimately, I think it really comes down to when the evidence is laid out side by side. I think people who juiceburg and are committed to it, really committed, and they really can't entertain anything else. I think that at a deep level, they feel like they are inflicting injuries on Jews and blacks by calling them bad names, by sharing. They feel like they are inflicting an injury by sharing the warts, by looking at the rape rates or the murder rates or the robbery rates. They feel like they are inflicting injuries by pointing out that there was an anti-white Jew here and an anti-white group of anti-white Jews there. They feel like saying those things in anonymity somehow hurts those people. And then when you come along from this community and you say, hey, that doesn't work for the objective of recapturing our destiny, all they can hear is that you are protecting the Jews from them slandering them and hurting them. All they can hear is that you are protecting blacks from them slandering them and hurting them. Obviously, everybody here is an adult, and we know that bad-mouthing another group of people doesn't actually harm them at all. And you can hear this in their voices, this belief that saying negative things about other groups of people is injuring them back, is getting back at them when they begin to do that, because their voices get really animated, they get really excited, they get exuberant about the opportunity to say all the nasty things they can say and therefore hurt the Jews back. That's not what we are here for. We're here to arrest the victimization of Western kind. If that's what you want, you're in the right place. Whether you're new or you've been here for a long time, welcome. We use the Go Free Dialogic. It is a lexicon, words, concepts. It is a dialectic, arguments, very easy to pick up and start using, and you can become a better version of yourself and achieve some of these colossal victories that we have seen achieved in service to white well-being from these champions. So we still got the skipping going on. I will not go into the lesson of the day, but we will get into it another time. He sounds like the Pied Piper of negative outcomes for our white children, says I, who need a father figure that arrives off, that thrives off white masculinity. Yes, indeed. Joel Davis doesn't know, writes I, what white masculinity is. I think whenever we talk about Joel Davis, we should always say the former Antifa member, Joel Davis. What do you say? The former Antifa member, Joel Davis, according to I, doesn't know what white masculinity is, and he had to look to the anti-white narratives in movies, yes, along with antisocial, anti-white scum, yes. The cycle creates men who act like the villain, 100%. Where is the great 4-0? Franklin asks. I don't know. He might be listening and not participating in the live chat. I'm going to look for your tags, and then you can let me know how bad the skipping is. We might wrap it up for tonight. Biospirit of the West said it was still popping, still choppy. Ivan and Olaf sharing their thoughts. Cool Bubba J Magic says his rabbit must have chewed through the cables. They do that. I know, man. I've had pet rabbits. Lots. And I get those hard plastic, but flexible. What do you want to call them? Cable insulators to keep them away from it. Oh, it's so misleading. I get some comments are like, it's fixed. No, it's still bad. Let me ask you this. Did we make any difference at all with everything we did? Dude Bro Moment said he refreshed the stream. It's still skipping. JL is here. Hello and welcome. Said over the target. Justin McDaniel chiming in with it breaking up. Franklin. Cool Papa. You know, the sound won't skip if I use sign language. Donanaki says, does Joel Davis have a family to protect? Former Antifa member Joel Davis. Does he have a family to protect? I don't know. Goofus is here. All right. And Franklin says the video is lagging for him as well. Well, I think we'll wrap it up for tonight, just a little bit early. Thanks to Dallas is now saying over here it's still skipping. So a little bit of technical difficulties beyond our control, and we're still having some skipping. So we're going to go ahead and wrap it up a little bit early, but it's not a lot early. I won't say a lot because I don't know how much you all are going to end up hearing. But what another glorious week for White Wellbeing. What another glorious and epical week. Leviathanic victories that continue to expand. Wes coming in here with this colossal munificence. God blessing. God bless all of you for the swashing and hard work that you're doing. Big 07s to every single one of you for the work that you are doing. Do not forget, 2 p.m. every single day. It is the Shade Tree on X. Become a member, audience member, participate. Learn to be a fluid speaker, a professional speaker. Take charge of your life. Be a champion, a hero in our story. I will be back Wednesday. Undoubtedly, the choppiness will be gone, even if we have to run a test stream before then. We'll see. But I'll be back on Wednesday, 7 p.m. at a minimum. A lot of things going on recently in the news. But we'll make sure that you have all of the information you need to advocate for the well-being of Western kind, because you choose to be a hero here. And then together, we will go to the mountain's top and beyond. God bless you all. I love you.